Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, petrol heads around the world, welcome to ERA Endurance Championship. Welcome to the final round. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Austria, the mighty Red Bull Ring. It's the grand finale of the championship. After months of relentless competition, it all comes down to this, the final 4-hour showdown. 3 teams, 1 title, 0 room for error. At the top of the table, it is the LNR Bouncy Boys with Kirstein at the helm, holding strong on 383 points. They have been the benchmark all season long, but breathing down their necks has been RedBull Racing, waiting to strike. They sit at 38 points back with 345 points, and don't count out the ERA Racing team, the Lambo Manics. Hungary in third with 326 points. A win here could change the entire landscape of Season 1 and for future endurance championships here at ERA. This isn't just a race, it's a war of strategy, speed, and stamina. The Red Bull Ring, with its high-speed straights, pushing elevation changes and precision-demanding corners, will push every driver and machine to their limits. 4 hours, 1 final chance. This is what endurance racing is all about. Get ready for the drama, get ready for the glory, because the checkered flag today will crown the 2025 Season 1 ERA Endurance Champions. Buckle up, the green flag is only moments away. This is Evolution Racing Academy Endurance Championship, the finale, and it starts now here at the Red Bull Ring. Let's quickly take a look over to the points to see what is going to happen for our championship. It is LNR Bouncy Boys, as mentioned, on 383 points. RedBull Racing following in second place with 345. And the Lambo Manics on 326 points. Schizophrenics on 317 points, followed by Skidmark Racing on 298 points. Griffin Sim Racing 5 is on 251 points. VMV Competition Esports on 250, only 1 point away. Then the French Baguettes. Well, here at Austria, the Croissant Chad on 224 points. Proper Racing on 220 points. And Griffin Sim Racing 1 on 180 points. 4 tire sets for this race means that it's mandatory. And if they win out in practice, well, that's a tire set used that they're going to have to contend with. Weather settings is absolutely random. We're not quite sure what it's going to be. And we're looking forward to seeing how those drivers are going to be able to contend with these very, very treacherous conditions. And to see whether it's going to be blazing hot, it's going to be ice cold, it's going to be manic, it's going to be crazy. And it's what we learn to love here at the beautiful Red Bull Ring. And it's here what we learn to love at the beautiful ERA Championship. Well, folks, this is going to be a wild one. I think many of us are super, super excited to it. We're going to also, during the course of the race, bring in a couple of people to come and have a chat to us and get their feedback on the racing at hand. We do have a couple of people sitting and waiting. We will bring them up in due course. But we've got the likes of Tomo Malami out there in the VIP grandstands. We got Kerry Patend and many, many more. Make sure you're looking forward to this, because I'm really looking forward to this, as it's getting ready to go green. Drivers will start to get the engines roaring up in this 4-hour. It's going to be wild, folks. It's going to be mental around this final championship of the Endurance Racing Championship. I've got to say, the final race of this going to be exciting. We've got a bit of a smaller case of 17 teams, but don't count out. All 17 teams have been fighting for the championship. And on this historic weekend where Le Mans is ablaze, many of these drivers are looking to set the entire world ablaze of their own. So, as we getting ready, let's move over to our race and start taking a look at our grid. And there it is, down the incredible Red Bull Ring main straight. Taking a look over to our virtual grandstands, we have got Antonio Gamble going and supporting the likes of the Griffin Sim Racing team. Most importantly, if I'm correct on this one, Jason Farmer, my boy, coming in. I always got to say that. It's been right around the world of coming through. But this circuit is proven to be an absolute challenge for all drivers. Many teams have been dreading this circuit purely on the nature of it. Being extremely hot, 30 degrees out today, and it is going to be a wild, wild time. We're looking forward to getting going as we are under safety car for the final time here of the Endurance Championship. It's going to be going green very, very shortly, and it's going to be a bit of a wild one. So let's go through our running order here at ERA. Who is going to start where? Who is going to be part of what for the ERA Sunday Championship? And for the ERA Endurance Championship, I do apologize. It's not a Sunday Championship. That's been long since done. And we're on a Saturday. Come on, Steve. Get better. I'm also just getting so hyper excited about this, to be honest. But let's quickly take a look at who is starting where for the ERA Endurance Championship. Who's going to be running at the start? It's going to be Sasha Shorty in first place, looking to take the helm, with Ben Hicks in second. Darius running in third, followed by Jason Farmer, the South African, running in fourth. Milestone in fifth place, with Jeffrey LaRue hoping to fight out. Jeffrey LaRue's been doing a bit of practice, hoping to make it work. Milestone looking to recover after having a championship fight in the Sunday Championship. He is now back to have a bit of fun. Jeffrey LaRue got a good amount of practice in. He's hoping to set those times ablaze and hoping that the roof of dish will be moving forward. Jan Delscher in 7th place and Daniel Mutsuma in 8th, all the way out from the UK. Martin Spritzer in 9th place with Ruin Heineke in 10th. As we carry on cycling through the cars, Gerald Pretorius coming in for the fight. Sebastian Lucasen going to be charging his way through in 12th, followed by the likes of Mr. Hater himself in 13th, and we have got Cedric Muir, Lucas Joubert, and we do see Sebastian Lucasen going to be starting from pit lane. Not ideal for him. Cedric Muir followed by Lucas Joubert. Sasha Minutsu will be running in 16th. Taking a look, actually, that's Thomas Labuskakni in 14th, followed by Mr. Hayder in 15th, Lucas Joubert in 16th, Senator Misu in 17th, and the Wrath in 18th. Well, looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to make his way through. Try and get him hold of the team as well, but rounding up the back of the pack as we get ready to go green here at the beautiful circuit of Red Bull Ring. All eyes, table to the front of who is going to be able to go as we get ready for lights to go green. Shorty looking to get the jump on Ben Hicks as they line up for the line. It is going to be 1, 2, 3. Lights on, lights on, lights on. And racing we go. Ben Hicks trying to get the jump off the line with the BMW holding the inside line, but it is going to be Sasha Shorty around the outside, hoping to cut him off. The 296 of the Reptiles Racing, fighting out for the championship. Gets ahead of the ERA Highway Patrol. Darius on Logistical Nightmare Racing carries on the charge with the likes of Griffin Sim Racing. Jason Farmer, hot on the heels. Miles Stone trying to come back as it's on the brakes for Jason Farmer. Up on the inside, Miles trying to fight out for the Los Pantos Hermanos team in the Nissan GTR, and that has just brought in likes of Skidmark Racing. John Dulsher looks to make his way through. Milestone getting the leg up on the Ferrari, having lots of top end, late on the brakes. Has he got enough to swing around the outside? Off the start of the race, he's into the dirt, loses out to Jason Farmer. Yun tries to follow through, nose to tail, hoping the BMW to lock in the run. Could not stick around as we do see the likes of Miles holding that inside line. Great battle for the likes of Jeffrey LaRue, getting a huge run, gets ahead of Martin Spritzer, the Lambo Mannix, who's not going to hang around at the moment. They're going to fight it through. Jan trying to go side by side with the Nissan GTR. It's going to be an absolute charge into the double right-hander. Couldn't quite get the leg up. Trying for the undercut. A little bit of contact with the two. Does bring himself back. Not wanting to go and gain an advantage there. It was a very, very close run. Then we got the likes of LaRue fighting out with spritzers. They charge through, leaving the likes of Ruin Heineke in a bit of no man's land at the moment, trying to figure out where he goes. And his Martin Spritzer up on the inside over the curb of turn one, going and beating it down. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor. And Ruin Heineke will now look to go around the outside, heading up towards turn four. It's going to be late on the anchors to bring it through. Has he got enough though? The Ferrari trying, being held up by LaRue. That's felled him up enough, and also brought in the likes of Hater to fight his way through. The momentum setups looks to carry on the momentum through the fight. Mutsuma looking to fight it out with Cedric Murr. Looks for the inside, couldn't get it sorted out. Daniel having to go defensive. Hater looks to the inside of Heineke as they continue on the charge. That being said, we got to talk about there has been a happy birthday for the likes of Mr. Shorty, who has had a great run thus far, leading out the race. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Keep going on with this race. Do not think about the singing, because that will definitely bring the next horror story. Welcome to Halloween. It's now early. Milestone dealing with Jan Delscher, hoping that he can stick out for the fight as they nose to tail. Jan not backing down. And Sasha once again putting the fastest lap time of the race, 1:28.5. Jan looking for the inside line for Skidmark Racing. Got a little bit of pressure from Milestone. Unfortunately, couldn't work out there. Looks up on the inside, up against the American. Miles fighting it out against Jan. Could not get the momentum. The BMW having the advantage as they launch their way through. Serious top end of that Nissan GTR, but it's going to be late on the brakes for Jan Delscher as he stands on the anchors. Got the inside line. Can he keep the grip? Unfortunately not. Spins the rear wheels, and Miles having a go around the outside will drag race him through. Our closest battle on circuit, 5th and 6th, with nothing in it between the two of them as they launch their way down to turn 5, hard on the anchors. Brings it back. Jan trying to hold that apex. Once again, Miles stuck on the dirt, and the likes of Jeffrey LaRue runs out wide, also having a little bit too much pace. Could not slow the car down enough. Ruin Heineke trying to go on the inside of Daniel Mutsuma. Couldn't carry the momentum through. Waits for his opportunity yet again, and Cedric Muir immediately coming onto the back of him, followed by Wrath a little bit further back. So great racing thus far. Still so much to go on, but it is now 3rd place under pressure as Darius of the LNR team has got Griffin Sim Racing all over the back of him. Runs out a little bit wide. That's going to cost him a bit of time. Sasha once again getting the fastest lap time of the race. That 181 Ferrari 296 of Reptile Racing got a seriously quick driver behind the wheel, looking to continue on the fight. And Jason Farmer tried holding the apex, couldn't get it sorted out. Darius has got the top end to fight him out. And he's going to look to jump the car over to Christoph a little bit later, looking at the halfway mark between the two. Jason Farmer following suit and going to focus on this. Now, we've got to talk about what on hand is the SPM Corporation. Thomas Labuskakny landing up off circuit, and it looks like that is at turn 1, the number 19, not having the best time there, as we will take a quick replay of the number 19. Up towards turn 1. Did he miss his braking marker? We take a look on board. Down the gears, second. And over the curb. Just throwing him out. Stares back at the field, coming by and trying to turn the Ferrari around. Now he's going to definitely have those tires feeling a bit of pain, and will have to consider what needs to be done. Cedric feeling Ruin Heineke and Roth now starting to breathe down his neck. A little bit ahead of them. Daniel Mutsuma going and fighting out Hater, hoping that he can keep the pressure on Hater, having to go and battle it out as much as possible with the Mustang. Momentum setups. Let's see how much momentum he's going to carry into the double right here. And that is going to be the Mustang. Sweeps across the nose once again. Shorty with a phenomenal lap, a 1:28.4. He is not going anywhere, but Ruin Heineke, 5-second penalty being given to him by our race steward. So that is definitely taking him out of the run. And Jason Farmer losing a lot of run. Looks like he may have had possible contact with the likes of Darius. Let's quickly go back to a replay there. So Jason Farmer in the Ferrari, lining up on the inside of Darius, and this GTR into the double right, following through, no problem. Challenges on, goes for the inside, he did avoid, but over the curb, and the Nissan just having enough of a run on him. Does go and rub paint, and that was a bit of a late move for the likes of our Nissan, but still managed to hold it on beautifully at this point. It is still going to be a long race. 3 hours and 53 minutes to go, and still plenty of racing action to be had as Jan Duscher coming through. That being said, we are going to look at trying to bring in a couple of people to have a chat with us, and we do have Tomo Malami actually joining us. So let's bring in Tomo to come and have a chat here in the commentary box before he goes out. A champion in his own right. Mr. Malami, welcome to the commentary box. Welcome to the beautiful circuit of Austria, RedBull Ring. How are you feeling?
Thank you. It's going to be an interesting race today. Seems to be that the pace is there for the shorty at the moment. He's got quite a bit of a gap to Hicks at the moment, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting evening.
Well, that being said, what's the game plan for the ERA Highway Patrol? What's your thoughts going into this 4 hour? There's not a lot of time to play here. 4 sets of tires to work with, and that means that a possible double stint coming in. Can you give us any game plan that you guys are going to be able to do to get the use of on the Reptile Racing?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm not driving today, but I'm just rooting for the Hicks. At the moment, we have quite a few nice chats during the season of the Sunday Cup. I'm hoping for Hicks and Schouten to win this one. They're a formidable pair, and we'll see how the race goes. I don't know the plans of these two guys at the moment.
Well, with that being said, you are an experienced driver. You've gone and done incredibly well, going and fighting out for podiums many times before. What would be the game plan coming into an endurance race like this? And considering the track, 30 degrees, 22 air temperature, I mean, these are conditions that will set your tires on fire.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. It's going to be a conservative drive to reserve your tires. I think you have to do one double stint with one set of tires. So it's going to be crucial that just try to keep your tires alive for the duration of the race or duration of the stint, and just go from there, and don't kill your tires. That's the most important part of the race.
And for drivers that are wanting to go that little bit longer, what can they do to save fuel here in these GT3 cars? So we know there's all various systems in various ways, but from your experience, what would be the main ideas to consider as a team to save that bit of fuel?
Just try to coast a bit during the long straight, on the end of the straight. Just tiny bit here and there, and that will pay the dividends during the race. It's 4 hours nonetheless, so just tiny bit here and there, and you gain one lap of fuel, 2 laps of fuel during the race.
So just try and keep your head cool at the end of it. Well, before I let you go, I know that there is the birthday of Mr. Shorty. Anything you would like to say to Mr. Shorty on his birthday? And, I mean, what better way to be born than right at Le Mans?
Yeah. Happy birthday to Shorty, and enjoy the race. Hopefully it will go well, and just enjoy. That's the most important part of life.
Absolutely fantastic. We'll see you later, Mr. Malami. Thank you very much for jumping in. It's always fantastic to have you, and what a stellar one. And congratulations once again for the Sunday Championship.
Yeah. Later, Smith.
Absolutely great to have a chat to him. As we see Cedric Mir losing out position to Daniel Monsma, who's got the drive, trying to fight it out with Mr. Hater. We did see Jason Farmer gain 3rd place over Darius, and he's opened up quite a gap. That's opened up Jan Drescher to get involved in the fight. Now, Jan of Skidmark Racing, don't count him out. Been pretty consistent on his times, hoping to carry on moving forward. But let's see how it's going to work out for him. Tough circuit, tough race, and the endurance is never an easy one to deal with. We are getting reports, however, of an accident. Let's quickly go back. This is an accident. Gerald Pretorius, and it looks like Roth having a bit of an issue. So, Gerald Pretorius in the Griffin Sim Racing team, the purple Ferrari 296, laid on the brakes for Mr. Roth, and contact on the rear, gets him turned around. Roth coming to a stop, and likes of our driver getting on, and that would have been Gerald Pretorius. We possibly have a missing driver. Looking at it, Roth, unfortunately, out of the car, and looks like may have retired the car after that little bit of contact. That's rather unfortunate to see a retirement at this point. Ruben Heineke with a 5-second penalty will have to serve that on his next pit stop to try and get it out of the way. The team will be thinking of strategy plans of how this is all going to work for them. What do they need to do to carry on the momentum? But now we're starting to see drivers making small mistakes in the early stages of the race. What does that mean at the later stages of the race? That's always going to be the question. That's going to be the thought process for many of these drivers. As we got Mon Spritzer closing up the gap to Jeffrey LaRue. Daniel Motsma going and dealing with Hayter. Side by side they go. And Daniel not backing out of this fight. The proper racing. Going to hold the inside line. Forcing Hayter on the outside. Cedric waiting for an opportunity. A little bit of argy-bargy between the two. And Cedric capitalizing on it. Gets a phenomenal drive on Hayter. Will go around the outside. Can he bring it in? Unfortunately not. Hayter once again holds the inside line and continues to hold back the Ferraris. Lost out to Mutsuma in the McLaren, but Cedric not having an easy time here. That's brought Ruben Heineke a little bit closer to the fray, and he's hoping to stay in for the fight. Now, we will try and get you those penalties and find out what exactly the penalties are being handed out for by our stewards. And that's always going to be a wonderful thing. Live stewards coming in, and that is a big thank you to our stewards for all the effort that they do in giving us some great ideas. Having the stewards involved does make things a little bit better, and we do have a reporting system in place for drivers to utilize during the course of the race if they feel that they've lost out for whatever reason. If there's been any issues that have come around, they're able to spot, see what's going on, and be able to move forward. So, that being said, we'll just have to wait it out for our incident sheet to be sent through to the commentary box. But we'll keep an eye on that. Cedric Muir onto the back of Hayter. Still continues to make out the drive. Jan Delscher filing out with Darius chasing him down. Taking a look over to our virtual grandstand. We have got so many. We got Nuck Norris, actually. You know, that's the cousin, third cousin removed of Chuck Norris, joining us as well. Ulrich Diaga, Leonard Leoni Eckhart, along with Bing Bong coming around. Definitely sounds like a doorbell. And Kumpi 86 also out there joining in the fray. Big welcome to you all. Lots of support coming in. Griffin Sim Racing, Eon Ray Highway Patrol, and Reptile Racing. Not much support for Logistical Nightmare Racing. It's fighting out for the championship. I mean, that's going to be a little bit of a sore one, as we do have reports. Contact between Hayter and Cedric. That was out of the double right. It's now cost a bit of time, as Hayter has the likes of Heineke all over the back of him. Heineke's going to try look for the inside line. Couldn't get it done, as that Mustang's got the legs. Back up towards fourth place, and Darius stuck on the outside. Has Jan battling out, goes for the inside. Skidmark Racing forcing LNR to go out wide, and now it's going to be a chase down towards turn 5. Hard on the throttle, then it's going to be immediately on the brakes. 100 meters, slamming down. The BMW got the inside of Skidmark Racing. Darius trying to go underneath him. Will do everything he can, but unfortunately just couldn't get the drive. Darius down yet another position as he tumbles down from 3rd into 5th at the moment. Great fight, however. Cedric drops a wheel on the dirt on the left-hand side. Hayter not getting a great drive, and Ruben Heineke playing into the fight as well. Looking to battle his way through. Heineke on the inside, couldn't make it stick. And now Hayter holding a solid defense at the moment to hold back the Griffin Sim Racing team. Ruben Heineke once again slamming on the throttle, trying to pick up any sort of drive, trying to figure out what does he need to do to make this work. How is he going to gain the position? So many concerns in the early stages of the race, and drivers having to think that little bit further. What do they need to do? How are they going to gain time? What is the game plan here for the team? And it is going to be a all-out battle considering it through. Likes of Ruben Heineke is actually running 4th in the championship, so that's something we've got to keep an eye out for. Ruben Heineke is running 4th in the championship. He's down in 12th and has got a 5-second penalty. Jason Farmer, who's further up, actually isn't in the fight for the championship. So Heineke's got a lot to play for here. Last time, 6 hours of Silverstone, he came out 12th out of that battle. Unfortunately, couldn't get the momentum. Kota, race 2, came out 11th, and Barcelona 12th. So that is the finishing positions for the likes of Ruben Heineke in this championship. Once again, all this starts to badly impact the driver as 5 seconds handed out to Hayter as well. So a little bit of extra hurt coming in for the Mustang, needing to try and figure out what is going to be the game plan here. Sebastian Luxon started from pit lane for the Nubs Racing, has got Gerald Pretorius all over the back of him. Now, Gerald Pretorius hoping that he can get ahead of the Aston Martin, but Sebastian Luxon, incredibly quick driver, knows what he needs to do when he puts his head down, but luck hasn't been on his side. And that's where the momentum comes in. Who's going to be able to make the momentum on the run through? As Heineke loses out to Hayter through the double right, Hayter continues to put the pressure on and keep charging up. The momentum setups will have to, however, wait and consider what the tires are going through. Los Pantos Hermanos dealing with the likes of Jeff LaRue of Disher Dash, and it is going to be a Rufa Dash. I do apologize. So Rufa Dash, Jeffrey LaRue fighting out with Miles Stone. Miles all the way out from America, Los Pantos Hermanos, going in an early morning drive up against Jeffrey LaRue, where it's getting into a little bit of nighttime out there in South Africa. Miles, incredibly quick driver, had an ERA Sunday Championship, came down to the final round, lost out, unfortunately, came in second place for the Gold Championship, looking to reclaim some of the glory here for the 4 hour and opening up the gap. Now, this is going to be an interesting factor. 2 Nissan GTRs are out on the circuit, likes of Eleanor and Los Pantos Hermanos. 2 very, very old cars versus the likes of the old Aston Martin that Sebastian Luxon's in. So those 3 cars were 2019 chassis. We have got the 2024 BMWs, we've got the 2024 Ferraris, and we've got the 2025 likes of the Ford Mustang. Side by side, for LaRue, trying into turn 1, couldn't get the momentum. Now, the older spec cars do have the advantage with BOP versus the newer gen cars, not by much in terms of that. So it's great for a sprint race, but for an endurance race, how much are they going to impact the tires, as they haven't been updated as much as the newer machinery. Miles Stone starting to feel that as LaRue constantly puts the pressure on him. Track cooled down by 1 degree, but we do see our first pit stop, and that is Martin Spritzer into the pits, number 30, going for a pit stop and back out. It was a splash, however, 12 seconds through, so a short stint for him. He's going to get overtaken by Thomas as they go side by side. Thomas going to have the drive, so Loboskakny continues to carry on the momentum, is at the back of the field, but interesting tell that Martin Spritzer, the Lambo man, opting for their splash and dash early in the race instead of later, hoping that that will then take out the chance for the pit stop. Sebastian Luxon fighting it out with the likes of Hayter, putting the pressure, and Heineke joining in for the fray. Heineke getting a lot of drive, however, constantly hounds that Mustang, figuring out what they can do at this point. late on the brakes, couldn't quite carry the momentum through. Hater continues on the charge. So, interesting tells. So far, Martin Spritzer, 12 seconds in the box. Splash and dash. Is that going to make a difference at the end of the race? We'll have to keep an eye out. The Lambo Manics are trying to figure out what is going to be the next best thing. How they're going to be able to continue forward, and where is the opportune moment going to come in. 5 seconds for Hader, 5 seconds for Heidecke on their next pit stop. So whether it's a full refuel and tires, add another 5 seconds to that 30-second pit stop that will already being done during the course of this race. Going to be early on. We will, however, start to see track limits coming into play as well. Many of the drivers starting to flirt with that and seeing how it starts to impact over and over and over. Late on the anchors, as we do see Ren Heineke once again trying his luck to get a bit closer to Hater, running out a little bit wide. That understeer starting to bite into him. LaRue keeping the pressure on Milestone. The McLaren just continues on the drive. Will look for every bit of momentum here to carry on any sort of pace. What can be done? How are they going to move forward? Who is going to make the big impact? Late on the anchors, a little bit unsteady, but it does show that Miles, even more unsteady, started drifting a little bit on the exit. How much is he going to be able to carry through? Once again, late on the anchors, swings the nose in. Miles out a little bit wide. Instead of going and running too hard on the curb, he opts to wait out that little bit more. Another close little battle going on is Ruan Heineke as he puts the pressure on to Hater. Up into turn one. Hater over the curb big time. That's going to be track limits exceeded for Hater, and that is not what Momentum Setups team needs at this point. A tough race that's going to occur. They have 3 warnings of going over track limits before it becomes a problem of a drive-through. That being said, you want to keep those track warnings at the lowest, as it will be added to the next driver. So every track limit you incur now, you're taking that away from the drivers that are due to get in the car, as we do see Hater run out wide. Heineke says thank you, and that is the position. Ruan Heineke up into 11th, Hater down to 12th. LaRue continues the charge on. Closest battle on circuit by 0.2 of a second. LaRue versus Milestone. Looks for the double right. Carrying a lot of momentum here. Rue for dash. Hoping for their team to be up at the top. LaRue continues to put the pressure right onto the back of Milestone. Can't really get that pass done and dusty. He's going to just wait it out yet again. Just being so cautious. Not wanting to attack too aggressively and land up with a problem. He's going to opt to just wait it out. Start figuring what's going to be the next step. Where are they going to make the time move forward? So, late on the anchors. LaRue with Milestone. Hoping to power on. Couldn't get the momentum, and we'll wait it out. That being said, let's take a look at some of the gains and losses in this race thus far, as we getting closer to 30 minutes of the race completed. It's the likes of Jan Delscher of Skidmark Racing up 3 positions from where they started. We've got Cedric Muir down is up 3 positions from where he started. Biggest losses, however, Martin Spritzer after his pit stop cost him a bit of time. He's down to 7th. And Thomas Skakny down 4 positions from where he started. Originally started in 13th, down to 17. Martin Spritzer started in 9th. He's now in 16th after the pit stop. But keeping a bit of pressure on, trying to figure out his best bit of momentum. Where can he get some drive at the moment to continue the chase? He's got Lucas Chabert in the McLaren for the Griffin Sim Racing team ahead of him. Going to have to try his best to get round. Looks for the inside. The Lambo Manics have been quite consistent on their pace. Lucas not able to put up a defense there. Moves out of the way. Going to try go for the inside line. Didn't quite work out in his favor. So far, however, Martin Spritzer last lap time at 129.9. At 129.6 was his last lap time. His best was a 129.3. So properly quick. And that would put him roughly, with his last lap time, sitting in just beyond 4th place, as we do see Hater, unfortunately, off in turn 1. What on earth happened to Hater? So, charging his way through, trying to keep it all together. Is going to be late on the brakes and missed it? Or did he clip the curb? Runs up wide, straightens up. Oh, side-on impact into the wall. Getting a bit of damage to the car, but he's able to get it rolling yet again. A little bit of a contact for the 68 car. This is Cedric Muir on Hater. Into double right. This was before Hater landed up into the wall. Dives on the inside. A little bit of rubbing and racing between the two of them there. And Hater stuck on the outside. Oh, rear contact for likes of Cedric Muir. No loss of position. Might be a little bit of damage on the car. Sebastian Lucasen now gaining time. Looks to get on the back of Cedric Muir. That Aston Martin AMR V8 has a lot of grunt. But it's the Ferrari 296 hoping to be a little bit nimble and falls off the circuit. Sebastian up into 9th. Cedric loses our time. Oh, contact between Cedric and Ruan Heineke through the second right. That's going to cost him time, and we'll have a bit of damage on the car. Unfortunately, the likes of Ruan Heineke just misjudging the pace. Lands up going right into the rear. Milestone still once again keeping up a solid defense. Has the likes of Jeffrey LaRue keeping him company. Hater of Momentum Setups now into pit lane. Going to be serving that 5 seconds. Also having a bit of repair work to the car. It is a long, long race and something you don't want to be impacted for a long time. You're going to have to wait for that little bit longer, seeing how it's all going to work here. Milestone drops down behind LaRue. Looks for the inside. Couldn't get that pass done and dusted. As they continue on the drive, it is an outright chase. We are getting reports, however, and yes, our timing screen does not lie to us. Unfortunately, our Momentum Setups going and retiring out of the race. That is such a blow. Losing 2 cars out of the race early on, not even past the first hour, and we've got 2 cars retired due to various problems. It does look like the Momentum Setups going and landing up with too much damage to their car and weren't able to get the car back out on circuit. So definitely one big blow there. Jeffrey LaRue will have to carry on ahead of Milestone. Another good pass comes in with Martin Spritzer just ahead of Sanyu, who is in the Porsche. The AA driving school continues to put a bit of pressure on the Lambo Mannix. It just got by. And unfortunately, it is going to be a hard chase here. Now, Martin Spritzer, once again, last lap time, a 1:30.1. Sanyu was running a 1:31.8 on his last lap. They're going to come across the line now. This is where the AA driving school are going to try and keep it consistent. Definitely not learner drivers and looking to repair a bit of time here. 1:32.5, where Martin Spritzer was able to get a 1:30.0, even quicker than his last lap time. Milestone around the outside of LaRue. Couldn't make it stick. Stuck right to the marbles. Looking for the undercut, however. Through the left-hander. LaRue getting unsteady. Dives on the inside. Los Pontos Hermanos looking to fight it out. But it's a Rufa Dash getting past and continues to drive on. LaRue under a lot of pressure there. Started to feel a bit of a tank slapper. Had to bring it back little by little. So now it is going to be a proper run through for them. Heineke still's got that 5-second penalty on top of him that he's going to have to deal with it. LaRue hoping to keep ahead of Stone. Late on the anchors. Carrying a lot of momentum through, however, as the drivers start to open up. So far, closest battle on circuit, LaRue and Milestone, but let's go through the running order and see who's sitting where after the first half an hour. It's Reptile Racing leading out the pack, followed by the ERA Highway Patrol in second, 4.4 seconds back from them. Jason Farmer, the Griffin Sim Racing team, running in third, and with Jan Dolscher Skidmark Racing in fourth. Darius, the Logistical Nightmare Racing, running in fifth. They're getting chased down by the Rufa Dash. Milestone of Los Pantos Samani. Daniel of Proper Racing running in 8th. Sebastian Lucasen running in 9th. And we're getting reports Ruan Heineke stopped in the pits. He's got a 20-second penalty to serve for avoidable contact. Not going to be working out in his favor. That's going to help out the fellow Griffin sim racing driver of Gerald Pretorius to move up position. Cedric Burr of the Elias Red Bull Miami running in 12th. Monspritzer, Lambo Mannix. They had an early stop to be able to move their way forward, and they continue to charge on. A driving school running in 13th. 14th is the Griffin sim racing team. And Thomas Lobaskakny. We do, however, see the Griffin sim racing of Ruan Heineke waiting for our timing board to update. But Ruan Heineke, unfortunately, getting a pit stop done, getting some work done to the car, and will be serving that 20 seconds for avoidable contact. It started out with 5, it landed up with 15, and that has really taken him out of the fight, having to try and figure out what's going to be the next game plan. So, down into 16th position for the Griffin Sim Racing team, concentrating on what they need to do. Lots of radio contact will be going forward on who will be able to gain the advantage here and what they need to do. That being said, we do have another driver to come and join us, Mr. Scott Reynolds himself, who was here, immediately left, had a panic attack. So, Scott Reynolds not getting on the bike, a bit camera shy there. We'll look to try and reconnect him in for the race. Lucas Jabet finding out on Thomas Lobaskakny, the SPM Corporation Ferrari, continues on the drive, carries on the momentum at the moment, and will be staying on the power. And it is the Griffin Sim Racing team still stopped in the box. It's over 116 seconds at the moment, well over going 2 minutes that they've been in the box doing some repair work, I would think, for the 69 car. And let's try and take a look at what happened to Ruan Heineke. This was the accident first for them. Going into the double right-hander, late on the anchors. Was it an off-track or was it a bit of impact? Oh, Cedric just ahead of him. Oh, there's the contact with Cedric. Cost him a bit of time. Not quite what he wanted. Then a little bit later on, here is the next one. Coming up towards turn 4 and turn 5 and moving off circuit. So whatever's gone on, Ruan Heineke, facing a problem, had to bring the car into the pits. Mechanical warning, possibly taking him out of the race. LaRue finding out with Milestone, continues with the 2 battle of 1 second. Bit of an odd one there for the Griffin Sim Racing team. We'll hope to get some more information. We got Antonia Gamble out in the virtual grandstands. Hopefully she can get a little bit of report in with the likes of the Griffin Sim Racing team, try and figure out what is going on. We also have Ulrich Diaga as well to possibly give us a bit more information during the course of this race. Hopefully we can get a bit of a breakdown of why the car came to a stop, if there was significant problems that they needed to deal with and move forward, or how do they need to make it work here for the race. Always a tough time, always a battle. Who's going to be able to make movements forward? We'll find out in due course. But that leaves us with 15 cars currently running on circuit. Lucas Jabet hoping to keep ahead of Thomas Lobaskakny. The SPM Corporation continues on the drive, hoping to gain some bit of momentum here and look to continue their drive a little bit further up the road. That being said, right onto the back of Lucas Jabet, carrying a lot of momentum forward for the SPM Racing, the SPM Corporation. Taking a look in the championship for the SPM Corporation, trying to see where exactly they're sitting in the championship. Fortunately, not seeing it at the moment. That is a bit of a blow. A new driver, new team coming in, joining in. Fantastic to have them. But, yes, this is the first time the SPM Corp actually coming into a race and running 15th. Not bad at all. Lost to the running cars, but still running in this 4 hour of Red Bull Ring. Now, let's talk about the championship as it stands. Leader of the race, Reptile Racing, hold the fastest lap time of the race with a 1:28.692. They've had a great run since the start of the championship, fighting it out, but lying in second place over the course of the 3 rounds that have been completed. They came 4th in round 1, 7th in round 2, 3rd in round 3. So gaining some points here, a little bit of momentum. LNR Bouncy Boys, they are running in 2nd place, continues their drive up through the order. And that is, unfortunately, Darius down in 5th position. Started quite high up, looking good, but now starting to slow that pace down. Has dropped out of the podium positions. He's down into 5th place. They've been also doing rather well during the course of the season. A little bit of slip down every so often, but they're able to bring it back in the Nissan GTR. 2nd in round 1, 2nd in round 2, 1st in round 3, however, did gain a bit of time. Carries on a lot of momentum to make it work, but we do have the likes of the ERA Lambo Mannix. Now, we did see them pit a little bit earlier. Mon Spritzer still behind the wheel. They are running in 3rd place in the championship, but a bit of a weird one versus our top 2 that at least got 1 podium spot in the 3 rounds. The Lambo Mannix got a 7th, a 5th, and a 6th. So they're on 326 points, but they have an advantage to gain here if they can continue on the drive. Now, let me take you through this, as we do have a set of rules that come into handy with our scoring. And whoever comes first in this race between the likes of Eleanor, the likes of Reptile, and the likes of ERA Highway Patrol, they will move into the top 5. But it is going to be on the Lambo Mannix, Reptile Racing, and LNR Bouncy Boys to score the win here. If one of those teams win outright, they take the win here at RedBull Ring, they will score the championship without any problems. That being said, easier said than done. They've only got 4 tires to do it. They do have a stint time, however, for each of the drivers. 55 minutes in the car minimum. Maximum is 77 minutes for the 4 drivers. And that is something they have to keep an eye on for, and will continue to look out in the running order. As we do get reports of Lucas Jabet now into pit lane, doing his pit stop. Thomas Loboskakny into the pits as well. We do get reports, however, that the Griffin Sim Racing team of Ruin Heineke is out of the race. They've retired the car and will not be going any further in the championship. And this will be them as a DNF. I really, really hope not. I hope they can get that car up and going. There's still opportunity to move forward, but they need to get that car back out. So just a shout out to the Griffin Sim Racing team. Get Ruin Heineke out. No, he's got a 22nd. That's definitely hurts his chances, not fighting out for first place. But we do want to see those cars coming across the line. Much like our rest of our retirements of the momentum setups to get back out there. Many of the cars we'd love to see seeing through to the end of this race. Thomas Loboskakny still in for a very, very long pit stop. Lucas Jabet going and stopping in the box for 21.3. So no change of tires for Lucas Jabet as he waits to continue on the drive, getting overtaken by Gerald Pretorius. So Griffin Sim Racing team keeping their tires on. That's going to be a double stint for them. Thomas Loboskakny, however, for the SPM Corporation, is going a little bit different. They have changed tires, 33.2 seconds in the box. That's a full refuel and tire set loaded onto the car to continue on. So out of the 4 tire sets, they're down to 3 to deal with a incredibly hot circuit. It's dropped 2 degrees since the start. It's 28 degrees here at the beautiful RedBull Ring out in Austria. But what is going to be the game plan going forward? You're going to have to double stint these tires at some point to the race. You've got to pick an opportunity to do it. And it's also now down to your driver pairing. Who's going to work better to carry those tires a little bit longer into the race? Who's going to work better in trying to carry the fuel a little bit longer into the race, as we will see the later pit stops come into effect here at the RedBull Ring. 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. If you're just joining us, a massive welcome to you all. Fantastic to have you here for the final round of the Red Bull Ring 4-hour of the ERA Endurance Championship. It's been a wild, wild ride throughout the championship. We have seen battles up and down. We have gone to different places in the world, whether we go and duke it out. First race one was the 3 hours of Barcelona. Absolutely fantastic. Before we went to the 4 hours of Kota, 6 hours of Silverstone, and ending here in Austria. Been across Europe and a quick visit over to the UK and to America. But now we look to fight it out against the Red Bull Ring, the home of Max Verstappen, a many, many time champion in terms of Formula 1 and sim racing for the Red Line team. We all know of the Red Line team being a big name in the world of sim racing, but here in ERA we have got our very own teams putting in the absolute work and being some of the best. Jason Farmer pits out of third place and tumbles down the order. He will be waiting out to go. Sebastian Luxon started from pit lane, now trying to gain a little bit of a run side by side, and does get the pass on Daniel Musa. And that is the Nubs Racing up into 7th, while the Proper Racing falls into 8th place. Continues on the drive, trying to figure out what's going to work. LaRue up on the inside of Miles Stone, out from America. Miles of the Los Pantos Hermanos team goes and drag races the McLaren, and this is a bit of an interesting one as they battle a way through. It is going to be a late on the anchors for LaRue, couldn't make it work. So, questions coming into the grandstands, figuring out what is going on. Minimum stint time is 55 minutes. Max stint time is 77 minutes here in the standings. So it's always got to be something to keep an eye out for. 77 minutes for 4 drivers. And that is something you're going to have to be a very, very keen eye not to get caught up. If you go over your stint time, you will get penalized, and that will take you out of the race. So let's see how many drivers and teams are going to keep an eye on that stint timer. That was slowly being typed away. And see who's going to be able to move their way forward. So 77 minutes is going to be the eyes for many of the drivers, trying to figure out what they can do. And the minimum time for it is 55 minutes. So minimum time each driver has to spend in the car is 55 minutes to move their way up. Always a tough time out there. 55 minutes on the circuit, battling out. Always a long time in the car. We will see most of the drivers getting to roughly about the hour mark, especially for a 4-man team. They'll hope to try and push just beyond the hour mark. A lot of these teams opting for a 2-driver combo to move their way up forward for the final round, as there's not a lot of time. Others that are running closer to a 4-man team will have to be swapping out at the likes of... They'll be swapping out on the hour. Then we've also got single-man teams out there as well, racing the full 4 hours. They will eventually drop down, as we do see Cedric Murph fighting out with Jason Farmer. Jason Farmer, usually one that likes to run right the way through by himself. And stop-go 30-second penalty. This is our first major penalty coming in. Stop-go for speeding in pit lane. Gerald Pretorius getting off the button a little bit too early. And now we'll have to stop on his next pit stop for 30 seconds. He runs out wide through turn 5 and brings it back just over the mark. So not an ideal run for him. Griffin Sim Racing team not having the night going in their favor. And we'll have to start thinking of what needs to be done to try and stop the problems. Now, if we think back to it, Ron Heineke is unfortunately retired for the Griffin Sim Racing team. He had 20 seconds added on for avoidable contact. We have Gerald Pretorius now with stop-go 30-second added on to him. That's going to impact his race as well. And that was our first penalty issued by the sim itself, saying, hey, listen, you got off the button a little bit too early. It's cost you a bit of time here. Think about what you need to do. here at the Red Bull ring. Cedric Muir currently a second behind Jason Farmer. Daniel Mutsumai going and running 1.5 seconds behind Sebastian Lucasen. Jeffrey LaRue hoping to continue the drive. 1.3 seconds behind Miles Stone. These two were duking it out not so long ago, but it does look like LaRue not having the tires to carry through. We'll have to wait a little bit more. Now we're getting into the interesting point of pit stops, as we do see Gerald Pretorius back into pit lane, will be serving his stop go. He was with a fuel stop, no tire change. Lucas Jabert, 21.3 seconds, so definitely just fuel, no tires. We've also got Jason Farmer who went in, fuel, no tires, and now we've got a new driver in the car for the SPM Corporation. This is Nicholas Grunifico. Do apologize if I got that wrong. Ginivico. Nicholas Ginivico will be continuing on the drive for the SPM. Got the car handed to him. They did do a tire change. They've been through the pits once and now continue on the drive. So 4 tires. They're hoping to carry that a little bit further, and they can change on the hour mark. This was done well before the hour mark, however, and it does look like Nicholas is one of the quicker drivers. Best lap time was a 129.8. Last lap time a 130.3, but getting quicker, starting to get to grips with the car. And let's see if Nicholas is going to have enough in the tank to continue the momentum up through the order. LaRue still starts to open the gap with the likes of Sebastian Lucasen up into 7th place. Keep an eye on the Aston Martin. We're keeping on the pace at the moment. Hopes to travel up through the order. Now, we've seen that Sebastian is not one to back down. He's pushed incredibly hard since coming out of the pit lane and starting in pit lane from the back of the field all the way to 7th at the moment. Started down in 18th and slowly chipped away. But how much life is left in this Aston Martin? How much life is in the tires? Pushing 129s continuously. Best lap time a 128.7, which is not too far off the likes of Sasha Shorty of Reptiles Racing. They're currently leading. Their best lap time was a 128.6. Their last lap time a 129.0. So Sebastian trying to get into those 129s. LaRue is the next one to get past before he can get back into the 129s. Daniel Mutzmar, once again, a 129.6. Jason Farmer, 129.4 on his last lap. Mons Spritzer did a 130.0, close to a 29, but no cigar. And Nicholas sitting at 129.968, very close to beating the best lap time for the team, as he has got the hunt down on Lucas Jabert. We do, however, take a look at Sebastian Lucasen, keeping the pressure on. Likes of LaRue, can't get the momentum. LaRue runs out wide, the Rufa Dash, hoping to keep the power on, feeding the power through with the McLaren, and there is the Aston Martin in through the slipstream. Sebastian up on the inside, heading into the double right, going to be late on the anchors here, and it is going to be LaRue trying to fight back, putting a huge amount of pressure, gets a little bit of a squeeze, managing to hold it, but does leap over the curb. That's cost him a bit of time. Once again, Sebastian back into the tow, will continue the chase. Nicholas up into 13th, gets past Lucas Jabert, and will be gaining a bit of run as he starts his way through the field. Now, Sebastian has an opportunity here. Looks to the inside, switches to the outside, in through turn 4. The reason this little kink counts as a turn, believe it or not, is because in the FIA rulebook, you gotta have a 15-degree turn angle for it to count as a turn. Around the outside, however, cost of time. Can he get all the power a little bit early? Gets unstable, but brings it back. Sebastian only ahead by the nose, but it was the McLaren by the B pillar. Now switching around, Sebastian holds the inside line. This is going to be LaRue around the outside. Can he make it work? Lucasen hard on the brake, tries everything he can to defend the position, runs out wide. Jeff goes out wide. That's cost him time. Sebastian up into 6th place, but the fight ain't over with LaRue constantly hunting him down. Will now have the slipstream, and this will now put a big smile on the face for the likes of Los Pantos Hermanos team, with Miles Stone getting reports. Listen, there's a fight behind you. Start putting on the gas. Start going, as you need to put in those absolutely blistering lap times. Last lap, however, Sebastian and Miles did the same lap time, and I think not. A 129.535 for Miles and Sebastian. And we will continue that drive on the way through. Sebastian comes across the line, a 129.720. Miles, a 129.822. Jeffrey LaRue, a 130.6. So continues on the fight, but Daniel coming in for the fight as well. Did a 129.3 on his last lap. Proper racing. Now looking to put the proper battles in and continues to put the hammer down. It's going to be late on the anchors, trying to throw the car through. Couldn't quite get it done. Daniel for the proper racing. Keeping the pressure on a roof dash. Now it is going to be the likes of LaRue looking in his mirror, and it's going to be Daniel Mutsamami going and trying to battle through. Looks around the outside, couldn't get it done. Cedric Muir into the pits. Will be falling down the order as Martin Spritzer will gain a position and move up into 10th place. They did the earliest stop, only going for a splash and dash. That's something to keep an eye out for, as it's going to affect later in the race for the Lambo Manics, who are in for a chance to win the championship of the first ever season of ERA Endurance Championship. I mean, this is the first and not going to be the last. It's going to be a battle right the way through for drivers to carry on. As you see Daniel keeping the pressure on LaRue as they continue yet another lap. 35 laps completed by our drivers. It's been quite a bit of time. 52 minutes done by the drivers. We have seen one driver change, and that is Nicholas climbing into the car for the SPM. Daniel looks up on the inside, gets a little bit cut off by LaRue. A little bit of a squirm from LaRue, just running over the nose. Daniel's going to try and line up, sticks to the outside, however, looking to carry a lot of momentum into turn 5. Unfortunately, over the curb, lost a bit. LaRue getting the better drive on the exit. So definitely Daniel staying in for the fight, but not enough pace to make an impact. First of the pit stops coming in for our top 3. It is Sasha Shorty, the Reptile Racing, opting to come in the pits. ERA Highway Patrol, not to lose eyes on the perps. It is going to be Ben Hex into the driving is through. Let's see, is Yun going to follow through? Yes, it is. Skidmark Racing into the pits. And it is going to be Logistical Nightmare's very own driving through into the pits. So our top 4 into the pits. Will Milestone of the Los Pantos Hermanos team go into pit lane as well, as we wait to see any driver changes. Los Pantos Hermanos into the pits. Cedric will continue on the drive, and Sebastian Luxon into pit lane as well. Jeffrey LaRue, Daniel into the pits, and this is going to help out as Jason Farmer, along with Martin Spritzer, have not gone. They've already been into the pits. They can continue on and gain some positions here. New change of drivers is actually not Cedric Mayer in the car. He's handed over to Ariel Ja, and Ariel now into 12th position. Will continue on the drive. It has been a tire change for them. A little bit of work done to the car, a bit of fuel, and out on the track. Darius leading out the pack now continues on for Logistical Nightmare team. So no change of driver there. And it looks like it was a drive-through, as they only stopped for 26. So drive-through for them. New driver in the car for Reptile Racing as the Pascal Rudiel. As they continue on their drive, Reptile Racing down into 2nd place. But an interesting play for likes of Darius. Drive-through. Why on earth would there be a drive-through? Jason Farmer up into 3rd. Now, Pascal, who's in Reptile Racing, holding 2nd place. They did a stop, tire change, and back out. Now, I wonder, did Darius, the reason for the drive-through is to try and take away that extra lap and to start getting rid of those short stints? We'll try and get hold of Christoph Peterson, who will be the next driver to jump into the LNR car. But a very interesting play. Jason Farmer now within a second of Pascal, who's trying to get a bit of heat into the tires. The Reptile Racing hoping to carry the momentum here. Done a full refuel. They've done a tire change, and they back out and going. And will continue on the drive. Jason Farmer keeping within roughly about a second. We do have another driver change. This is Tobias Hartman for the Skidmark Racing. He will fight it out as Martin Spritzer making quick work up on the inside. And Lambo Mannix continue on the charge. Up into 5th. First of our pit stops. And continues to move up. Another driver change for the ERA Highway Patrol. It is David Schutten climbing into the car. And will push his way through the field. So Ben's out of the car. Schutten in the car to continue on the drive. Martin getting ahead of Tobias. Tobias tried looking for the inside. Didn't work out. And we'll have to continue on the drive. Now, we try to take a look at what happened. There was a stop-go for the 72 car that had to do a drive-through, and that was Jared Pretorius. That wasn't a stop-go. That was stop-and-go. Sorry, that wasn't drive-through. That was a stop-and-go. A while back, that was a stop-go, 30 seconds for getting off the button. It's down in 15th position, however. And that's going to be a long climb up. 1.3 seconds behind Lucas Jabé, his fellow teammate, to try and tow him along. Tobias Hartman, next up, is going to have Miles Stone hunting him down. Miles staying in for the car with a double stint. Now, let's go through what happened in that pit stop, as there's a bit of an interesting situation going on with tires. Remember, 4 sets of tires that these drivers have for the entire weekend, and you will have to do a double stint at some point with the tires. Many drivers might be thinking what they need to do to move forward. A new driver into the car, Sebastian Luxon out of the car, Fabio Verio now into the car for the Nubs Racing in 8th place. So Sebastian out of the car and Fabio, into the dirt. What on earth has gone on for Fabio? And that is not good for the Nubs Racing. Was on such a climb up and now has come to a stop and towed back to pits. What on earth has gone on for the Nubs Racing? Doing so well and all of a sudden down. This is a absolute heartache for him, but we'll try and figure out what's going on. Fabio into the pits after a tow. Not ideal circumstances. That's going to throw him right down the order. Just climbed into the car. Tobias Hartman trying to carry the momentum through. Milestone still keeping the pressure on him as they continue on the drive. So we're starting to see a bit of mechanical failure coming in for a few cars. Let's go back to our pit stops, however, as the ADHD kicks in. Jason Farmer went in for a splash and dash. Still on the same set of tires he started with. We got the likes of Schutten with a full tire and fuel added to their car. Martin Spritzer, splash and dash, no tires. Tobias, tires and fuel. Milestone, just fuel. Darren Christie for the proper racing team taking over the car has got a new set of tires and full refuel. Jeffrey LaRue, refuel on tires. Earl Jar going and jumping in with Cedric Mir has got a full set of tires and fuel, along with Nicholas Ginivico with the tires and fuel, and Sanyu Sanyu. Do apologize for the AA school. They sitting with a tire fuel as well. Gerald Pretorius tires and fuel. Lucas Jabé has done only fuel and a little bit of repair work. 21.3 seconds in the box. They're right behind Gerald Pretorius. Fabio, however, still sitting in pit lane. And that is a definite blow for the Nubs Racing team. They were on such a climb. Sebastian was in the car originally, started charging his way up through the order after starting from pit lane. Something has gone on with that car. And unfortunately, getting it towed back to pits, we saw him slow down, bring it to a gradual stop, nothing crazy, and have to be towed back. That is such a strange occurrence that has happened. We'll try and figure out what on earth went on, but may lead to bigger problems in the near future as they are falling down and down and down the order. Not ideal circumstances at all, and the Nubs Racing team just not having an easy time. They are way down in the championship as well, so not even in for the fight. And this is definitely an impact for them. Hopefully they can get that car back out onto the circuit. I'm sure the teams are going to be frantically trying to put it back together. Darren Christie out for the proper racing team, doing it properly as LaRue tries to hunt him down with LaRue for dash, looking to make it quick and easy to put an overhead on. But it's going to be proper racing that will ensure things are done the way they need to be done. And that is consistent effort. So LaRue puts the hammer down, 1.3 seconds now. They are ahead of RedBull in the likes of 10th, 19.4 seconds separating them as the track starts to open up here at the beautiful circuit of RedBull Ring. Taking a look over to the virtual grandstand, still lots of ports coming in with Antonio Gamble saying go fighting Griffin Sim Racing, with seeing two of the Griffin Sim Racing drivers unfortunately fall down. On board with Martin Spritzer, trying to make up some time. Got a Ferrari 296 ahead of him. Darren Christie has got LaRue as we jump on the rear wing, hoping to catch up. Now, interesting times for drivers to move their way through the order. Who's going to be able to gain a bit of time? Who's going to lose a bit of time? This is all concerns that many of the drivers will be considering as Darren Christie runs out wide. LaRue, once again, keeps the pressure on, trying to figure out how to get that little bit closer in through the long race. We are now down an hour and 2 minutes into this 4-hour race. Still 2 hours and 57 minutes to go here at the RedBull Ring. Still a long time for drivers to continue on the effort, but many of the teams starting to feel the effects of the track starting to cool down, tires starting to wear out. Those that are double stinting tires will be keeping a very, very close eye on not locking up those brakes and getting flat spots. Many of the drivers will also be concerning themselves and not putting too much heat through the tires to wear down the life as well. Those on newer tires can push a little bit harder, but they will know that they're in for a very, very tough fight throughout this race. So, taking a look at our steward sheet, because we managed to get it, and we do have a bit of interesting information coming through from our stewards. A massive thank you to our live stewards joining us here at ER8, putting in a serious amount of work for us, and we honestly really, really appreciate for having them to take the time out of their day, not to be on circuit, but also just to help out with putting things together. So, we have got the likes of our car 127. That is Jeffrey LaRue. Has got a racing incident, the previous one. So, got told it's a racing incident by our team. And will be concerning on that one. 15 seconds, however, went for the 68 car, and that was Earl Jar. And unfortunately, that was rear end contact. So that was actually, which car was that involved? That was the 69 car they went at. That was Heineke running into the back of Cedric Muir at the time, getting a 15-second penalty. So avoidable contact coming in. And unfortunately, that took him into a 20-second stop. They haven't made it to the end, unfortunately. Hopefully, the Griffin Sim Racing team can possibly get that car back out, but we'll have to keep an eye. One car that is back out on circuit is Fabio Verio from Brazil, and this is great. The Nubs Racing originally had a problem, able to get that car back out onto circuit to continue on the drive. They are a couple of laps down, however, but still keeps the pressure on to move forward. Fantastic to see the never give up attitude of our drivers. Darren Christie fighting out with Jeffrey LaRue. LaRue looks for the inside, couldn't quite get it. The understeer kicking in for the McLaren as they continue on the drive. Christie of Proper Racing now has the roofer dash all over the back. Looks for a dive, can't get it done. Understeer yet again, starting to creep in. Both on new sets of tires and both pushing as hard as they can, with LaRue doing the fastest lap time of his entire race thus far with a 129.535. Now LaRue needs to keep that in mind. You're pushing harder, but how long can you keep it going? You are putting the tires through massive heat cycles to try and keep on the back of Darren Christie, who gets a bit of a poor drive, goes to the middle of the circuit, heading towards turn 1. Turn 1 is a bit rough on the inside. You're going to have to try bring it out to straighten out the corner. Goes over the curb. LaRue stays in. A bit of contact between the two, but it's over the bumps they go. And LaRue just ahead by a hair will continue up through turn 4 into turn 5. It's going to be late on the brakes. Try and make it work. Darren on the inside slows it down into first. Little bit of contact between the two, but LaRue ultimately coming out on top of Darren. Now proper racing down into 9th position. Sanyu fighting out. Gerald Pretorius looked for the inside, and Sanyu immediately goes in for the defense. The AA Racing trying to squeeze all contact between the two. And that is big contact for both cars. LaRue bouncing and ricocheting to the wall, trying to get the car going. And just opening up the corner, letting cars get through, but will be facing a bit of impact there. The AA Racing, the driving school, unfortunately, put the squeeze on. Didn't quite work out in his favor. David Shooten up on the inside of Jason Farmer. Gets the pass done and dusted. Farmer on an old set of tires. Will have to just calm it down. And been flying with incredible pace at 129s. But David Shooten's last lap time was incredibly quick. A 128.975. Shooten is not holding back here. He does see his Fabio ahead of him. We'll know they can carry a bit of momentum. Fabio's last lap time, a 133.1. Now Shooten is going to utilize the toe to break away from Jason Farmer, however. It's going to be a rough call for the drivers. Gerald Pretorius, unfortunately, a bit of damage to the car. Let's actually go back to that incident between the likes of Fabio and, well, not of Fabio, of Gerald Pretorius going and fighting it out. And give us a bit of an insight of what actually happened between the two. So this is the AA Racing. And to our helicam we go. Tim in the heli. So we do see Gerald Pretorius gets a monster drive out of the right hand. Late brakes, clips the rear of the AA Racing. And that turns him into a bit of a problem. Bounces into the wall. Was trying to get by. He had on the rear left, trying to figure out how to get past. Nose wasn't far enough ahead. Immediately, we saw Sanyu starting to turn in the car, puts the pressure on, contact between the two of them, bounce off the wall. That will go to our stewards, however, to give an idea of what has been gone on. Here in the commentary, we can only just think of what's happened. We don't have all the controls to see what exactly was going on, but we'll try and get a bit of information if that becomes a protestable thing. Jason Farmer and Shooten still now carrying on the momentum as everyone tries to keep the pace up and opening up the gaps. So far, this is the closest gap between the likes of ERA, Highway Patrol, and the Griffins Racing team of Jason Farmer as they try to keep it all together here at the beautiful RedBull ring. And we'll continue on the drive between the two. Now, Jason Farmer will be in the car for the entirety of the race. That's going to wear him out, where the likes of Shooten and Ben have continued on their drive, two-manning this BMW, hoping to carry it through to the end. The ERA Highway Patrol, once again, they're fighting out for the championship here. They're trying to make it work for them and can't afford to lose time. They will need to push little by little, a little bit more through the entirety of the race. And how far are they willing to go in this monumental battle as it goes on? That being said, for everyone that's joining us and wants to know what's happening here for the ERA seasons, well, thank you very much for joining us. Glad to have you. And this is the final round of Season 1 of our Endurance Championship. But that being said, we still have lots going on here at ERA. You can go down to the link below, go and join our Discord, go and sign up with the championships. Now, we do have a number of things going on. We are a training academy. We love to teach people what they need to do. As Darren Christie gets 5 seconds, getting taught what not to do. Now, there's so much that happens here at ERA. Whether you're a pro, whether you're new, there is tons to learn from drivers, from each other, and moving forward. Some of the best in the world get to battle out. Darren Christie for this, the proper racing. lands up getting 10 seconds for avoidable contact. So, let's talk about what's upcoming here at ERA. We do have the likes of our Season 15 Sunday Championship returning, and that is going to be on the 7th of July. So we're looking forward to having everyone joining for the racing, and we're looking forward to see what they can do. So keep it up. You have got to keep an eye on the battles going forward. And if you want to join us on the Sunday Championships, you're always welcome to. We always love having new drivers coming in for the fight to join us here. Now we'll be on the 6th of July. I do apologize. That will start at 19 BST. 1900 BST. And it starts off with Spa Francorchamps. So that will be Season 15 of our Sunday Championship. Big one, however, coming through is going to be out on SimGrid. You can join us on SimGrid for likes of ERA. Massive race that's happening. It's actually a charity race that's there. It's the Race for Dean charity 12-hour, starts July 17th, and will be an epic battle. Starting out in South African time, it's 8 o'clock. We will be racing around the 24-hour Nürburgring, and it's a memorial race for Dean, and charity proceeds will be going to the family. So all of it, donating to charity, will go through to the family that unfortunately lost Dean, a father to two, a husband that's been fighting cancer for 10 years. Battled it out for as hard as he can in his final days, knowing that it's all gone and the battle has been lost. On his final days, came to ERA and said, listen, I want to have a race out for cancer, that all proceeds go to the Cancer Foundations. And once again, there was a race that happened. Partial proceeds went to the family, and proceeds then went to Cancer Foundations. Once again, we're going to have that. More information for the Drive for Dean out on SimGrid and out on our Discords. Feel free to join. That will be on July 17th. It will be broadcasted as well, so plenty of racing and plenty of broadcasting. A variety of broadcasters. Really looking forward to that. It's going to be a fun one. Do feel free to join us. Now, that being said, let's talk about proper racing with a 10-second penalty. And while we're talking about proper racing, immediately we get into the fight with Pascal RedBull, who is fighting out against Darius. Now, Alan R is right behind the RedBull Agile team. Goes late on the anchors, couldn't make it work, and that's fouled him up. And immediately, Pascal tried to get through, couldn't get the pass done, and dusted. Alan R defended the inside line, continues on the drive. On the way through, Alan R battling to hold it all together right at the end. Tough time to battle your way through. Tough time to run into traffic. And now continues the momentum forward in this race. It is still close for first place. And the Reptile Racing looking to take it away from the Logistical Nightmare Racing. These two are running first and second overall in this race. But they are also first and second in the championship. As we do have Martin Spritzer into the pits. This is going to be a longer stop. They did do a splash and dash. Is it going to be the case once again? Darius slowing the car down. Dives into pit lane. So Darius into pit lane. And that is going to allow the Reptiles to carry on. Pascal looks to try and carry the momentum through for Reptile Racing. Great bit of momentum on the way through. Now leads the pack. We do, however, see the Lambo Mannix coming out of pit lane, and that is now swapped out from Martin Spritzer to Lucas Collab, who will continue on the drive to try and get back up into fighting order. Down in 9th place, however, and time going to be lost. We do see penalties coming in for the AA Racing team. Sanyu getting 10 seconds added to their time. Next pit stop, they're going to be serving that. And that is going to be for contact And an avoidable contact. Let's quickly go and look at our stewards listing. Yes, we finally go and take a look at our stewards and say, hey, listen, what's gone on here? So, running through what has happened. And it was contact with the AA Racing up against the 72 of Gerald Pretorius. And that was for avoidable contact. Unfortunately, there was space to be left. No space was given. That landed up with a big bit of contact, unfortunately, between the two. So, drivers having to carry their way through, as we do see Sean Skitter climbing into the car. Not Christoph Peterson. It is Sean Skitter of the Logistical Nightmare Racing up into 7th position after they pit stop. Will continue on the drive. Oh, no, that is Sean Skitter. Very slow. Sean Skitter is very, very slow. And into the wall. That's pedals. It gets the car going up through the gears, but also knock against the wall. That was such a strange incident. And Skitter runs out wide, battling to get the car going. L&R landing up with a monster of an issue that is now taking them cleanly out of the race. They're down into 10th. But after a pedal issue, I would think that's gone and slowing them down. We'll try and get a bit of information from the L&R team of what happened. We'll try and get hold of Darius to get a bit of insight. What on earth happened there? Because that was rather peculiar. Looked like there was a tire disconnect that went and took them out. So, quick message down to pit lane. Gotta say, thank heavens for that. We'll try and get a bit of information of what exactly happened to the L&R team on that impact to the wall. Looked like it was either a shutdown of the engine, not able to work with the pedals. What on earth happened? We'll try and get a bit of information after just on the climb. As we do see Lucas Collab over that curb trying to get past the roll and it just defends as they've got David Schutten on the back of him. Now, Schutten in the BMW will be giving them the blue flag. Schutten is in 2nd place, while Lucas Collab is in 9th. But the Lambo Mannix, frantically fighting for that 8th place, will have David Schutten saying, listen, move out the way. We're going to have to continue the drive here. Flat out, however, they continue on the drive. There is no reason to give up the positions up for the passing car to pass cleanly. You to keep a racing line. You're not allowed to fight for that line, however. Lucas Collab gives the position. Says, there we go, to the ERA Highway Patrol, the Lambo Mannix, getting pulled to one side, saying, listen, you can't go and dive and hold us that much. You're going to have to try and figure out what the next strategy is. So, changes through the order, so much going on, and so many highs and lows. The L&R team, once again, still waiting to just try and get that little bit of information of what actually went on with the car and get a bit of insight of what could have possibly been the issue. We can only speculate that there was either a shutdown of the vehicle or they weren't able to get on the pedals. But it did get out, so I think it was a shutdown of the vehicle. Accidentally turning off the ignition switch. Weren't able to get it steered to the wall, however. And that went and landed up with a bit of an impact. Damage to the front of the car. That will take a bit of some of the top end out of the running order. Tobias Hartman up into 5th for the Skidmark Racing team. Continues on the drive. 10 seconds for the likes of Darren Christie. Jeffrey LaRue tailing on to the back of the Griffin Sim Racing team of Gerard Pretorius as he sees the Skidmark Racing team just ahead in the BMW. Arul Jar has got Lucas Collab for a bit of company. Now, the likes of Arul has to get his way to continue the momentum behind David Schutten. He needs to ensure he holds that slipstream. Lucas Collab, however, has got the advantage to come in for the fight as it's nose to tail between the two of them. Lucas Collab, Lambo Mannix will deal with Jason Farmer onto the back of him. Now, Jason Farmer's in 3rd place. trying to catch up to Shooten. We are seeing a battle for 8th and 9th between Earl just ahead in the Red Bull colors, followed by the Lambo Mannix running a little bit further behind. And we do have yellow flags. That is Tobias Hartmann. Tobias Hartmann turned round at turn 1. And it looks like possible contact with the number 42. We're going to quickly go through. We do see Gerald Pretorius off to one side. So Gerald Pretorius heading into turn 1. LaRue right behind. And it is going to be late on the anchors. Oh, contact with the likes of Tobias Hartmann. Gerald Pretorius late braking. Rear contact into turn 1. That's cost him time. It's cost Tobias Hartmann a position to the likes of LaRue. It's cost him time to Darren Christie. And now gets pulled into the fight with Ariel Jar and Lucas Collab for company. Lucas looks for the inside line, switches back to the outside line as they make their way down to turn 6. It's all powers away. It's all momentum. Lucas trying for the inside. Ariel running a little bit late as they go side by side on the way through. Exit out. It is going to be Tobias Hartmann holding the momentum. Jason Farmer into pit lane as he tries to get the car sorted out and possibly switching out those tires that have been freshly used and will be as good as dead at this point. Earl Jar continues to put the pressure on. Tobias just running ahead. Lucas Collab looking to try and get the inside line. Wasn't able to get it done. Late on the anchors. Trying to bring it back in their fight. It is all or nothing at the momentum. Earl Jar continues to put himself in between Lucas Collab and Tobias Hartmann just ahead. Someone has to pull the trigger. It's all momentum game between them. We do, however, have reports back. We'll try and get that to you now. Real Jar getting side by side. Report back from the likes of Sean Skitter's car, and we're getting information that they didn't have the seat in the correct position. He didn't have the insert in, so wasn't able to see correctly, and that's what stuck him into the wall. He wasn't able to see the car correctly. The booster seat and the seat insert was not in. Sean Skitter landed up in the wall there. Real Jar, however, 2 positions up. Lucas Collab gains a position. Tobias Hartmann now looks for the inside of the Lambo Mannix. Tries to get it down. A little bit of contact between the two. Elbows out racing. And immediately, Tobias Hartmann trying to reclaim a bit of a drive. A quick flash from Lucas Collab saying, listen, that was a little bit on the sore side. Let's not do that again. We're going to try and keep the momentum. So quite unfortunate to hear that the seat insert and the booster seat for Sean Skitter, after having pulled out Darius out of the car, going and costing him a bit of time. Lucas Collab looks for the inside of Tobias Hartmann. It is Lambo Mannix trying everything they can. The Skidmark Racing not backing down. Will take the fight a little bit further. And just behind them, Gerard Pretorius goes and sees the battle. He will continue on the drive, thinking what else needs to be done. So still so much time left in this race to move forward. And who's going to be able to gain 15 cars still out there. Couple of retirements, unfortunately, as we do see Lucas Collab trying to gain a bit more momentum. Now, Gerald Pretorius, who's running in the purple Ferrari just behind, is in 14th. He is a car that's already been lapped and looking to unlap himself at the moment. He sees the fight ahead of him, waiting out his opportunity. Tobias gets a very poor drive out of turn 5. Now looks to defend the inside into the slipstream for Lucas as he continues on the drive for the position. Late on the anchors, swings it through the Lambo. Just tries for the inside. Tobias goes out wide. Immediately, Lucas capitalizes on the momentum. Gets the pass done. Skidmark Racing down into 9th. Not going to give up the fight just yet. They're going to continue to put the impact in. Continue the drive. And will be continuing on this incredible fight. Looking back, Jason Farmer did his pit stop, 48.8, so a lot of time in the box there to get done. A little bit of repair work as well done to his car before he can continue on the race. So he's out. He's in 5th place behind Jeffrey LaRue. As we see Tobias now losing time, Lucas runs out a little bit wide. Tobias trying to close up. 0.5 of a second between them. They have lost track of Real Jar up ahead. 1.7. So that is going to be a big run for Auril to get away, as we do see Tobias looks on the inside, couldn't get it sorted out, gets a poor drive, couldn't make that pass done and dusted. Immediately Gerald Pretorius comes in for the fray, couldn't quite get past as Tobias stands tall above. We do see the likes of Sanyu going a little bit slow. He lets leaders go on by of Pascal. Continues on his drive. Milestone into the pits for the Los Pantos Hermanos team. And it may see a driver change here for the team. Sean Skitter past Gerald Pretorius and now has a chance to catch up to Tobias Hartmann. 1.3 seconds up the road. Late on the anchors, trying to bring back Gerald Pretorius. Very close into the rear. He rotates around. Hit the brakes mid-corner. Got himself turned round. That was that. We do see Aurel Jar now onto the back of Darren Christie. And Darren will need to serve a 10-second penalty for avoidable contact. And now has Aurel Jar right onto the back of him. Aurel hoping here to do everything he can. Looks to the inside through the double right-hander. Doesn't quite have the legs to get the pass done. Will wait it out through the double right. Not wanting to go too far out. Continues on the drive as Darren trying to slow the car down for the proper racing. McLaren just not working in their favour here. Jason Farmer up into 4th place. And so is Darren into 5th. Aurel into 6th. Lucas Collab into 7th. Oh, contact into the proper racing. Aurel Jar, unfortunately, getting a phenomenal drive out turn 1. Rear ends Darren as they continue on their drive. No massive loss between the two of them. Darren, however, is going to go late on the brakes into turn 5 and was able to just hold that inside. Unfortunately, got a poor drive. And Aurel Jar now up into 5th position. Sean Skitter getting past Tobias up through turn 5. So Tobias will do everything he can to carry on the momentum. We do see Milestone continues on in the Los Pantos Hermanos Nissan GTR. Nicholas Gavinko now into 11th position. Continues his drive up through the order. It is still so much on the line for each of these drivers to push a little bit harder. Sean Skitter hopes to keep ahead of Tobias and will continue on the drive. Nose to tail between the two. As they battle their way on, Tobias runs out a bit wide. Sean Skitter takes the outside line, gets the pass done, and will try carry the momentum into the double right. Sean Skitter gets a little bit more of a leg up, and Tobias has to wait in through the first right, in through the second right. Milestone will be trying to gain some position. Tobias hoping to try and reclaim some time here. Loses out the drive and immediately Milestone starting to capitalize. We are seeing that move into pits and out of pits, and that is a connection issue starting to rear its head for the likes of Tobias Hartmann, and will be keeping a very close eye on it. For our drivers, it is a little bit of a jarring effect to deal with, as they will have to keep a very close eye not to go for the ideal racing line in possibility of that BMW being there. Up on the inside, Milestone tried his luck, couldn't get it done. We'll have to keep it very, very tight through this right-hander. And gets on the power very early, side by side. Tobias Hartmann, the Skidmark Racing, will hold the inside line into the left-hander. Miles trying his luck around the outside. Holding. Side by side they go. Tobias brakes a bit earlier. The understeer starting to creep in for both drivers. And it's Miles going side by side with Tobias, managing to eke the nose head of with the Nissan. Tobias stuck on the outside, will look to try battle back. Unfortunately, into the first of the right-handers. Wasn't able to get it done. Second of the last right-handers. Managed to lose out a bit of time. Milestone up into 9th. Darren right on the back. Aurel Jar now continues on their drive. Aurel Jar up into 5th place. Cedric, who is teaming up in the car, will be rather happy to sit in the top 5 at current, but it's all about those pit stops, those crucial moments for the drivers. So far, Jason Farmer has done a splash and dash along with a full tire change. He's lying in 4th. The Lucas Collab did a splash and dash for the Lambo Mannix. They are running in 7th. Last time they were on the pits was a tire change and refuel. So they're on to their second set of tires only now. And took the double stint early on. So both drivers deciding, double stint now, continue the drive further. The likes of LNR down in 8th place has done a tire change and managed to get themselves going. But damage on the car will be an issue for the team to think about a little bit later on. Darren Christie a little bit further down, Lucas Collab hoping to push his way up through the order. Always tough times out there for the drivers as 1 hour and 31 minutes completed. 2 hours and 28 minutes to go in this 4 hours of Red Bull Ring for the ERA Endurance Championship final round. 4 rounds of this championship fought from the UK, from Europe and US. Now coming down to Austria to battle it out for the final moments. I mean, this is a tough circuit. It looks easy on paper, but the undulations make it a little bit difficult for the car setup. This is all power to go through the circuit. Means that you run low aero. It is about the slipstream, but it is very, very aggressive on the tires. And if you're in the cars like the McLaren, that is known to hurt its tires, like the Lamborghini is known to hurt its tires, the Nissan GTR is known to hurt its tires, the Ferraris a little bit easier on the tires, BMWs naturally understeer, they will have to keep that in mind. And our Porsche, the AA Racing, has a lot of rear rotation to it to deal with. The likes of Sebastian Fabio gaining a position and is up into 14th as Gerald Pretorius is in pit lane. Pretorius in the 72 is in pit lane and hasn't moved. They've run into a bit of an issue for the Griffin Sim Racing team. Gerald Pretorius is now waiting to go out. Possibly a big issue with the car, and has thrown them down into a bit of a problem. Now we do see that the 72 ran into an issue with 42. Not ideal circumstances between them, and it was a bit of a racing incident. 72 goes deep into the corner. 127 gets a jump scare. So unfortunately, 42, which was Gerald Pretoria, is in the 72 car, landed up having a bit of contact with the 42, Tobias Hartman, and that cost him a bit of time in for the running. Jeffrey LaRue gets a jump scare apparently, and that was that. That was the change for them. So Gerald Pretorius getting a racing incident, and it looks like carrying a bit of damage with the car. Massive repair work needs to be done, as we do see a pit stop did kick up for the likes of Nicholas as the SPM into pit lane. Possible driver change will be looked at, as we do see Lucas Collab into the dirt, rejoins and sees the likes of Sean Skitter get on by. Lucas Collab outbraking himself into the dirt. Now let's quickly go take a quick look at that as they're making their way around. Lucas Collab fighting out to get ahead of Darren Christie of the Proper Racing. Lambo Mannix keeping the drive on. Oh, Lucas into the dirt. He just put the right hand rear onto the dirt. That spat him right, and he was able to save it, but lost out of position to Sean Skitter. And now Miles Stone looking to come back, and Lucas once again runs out wide. Miles of the Los Pantos Hermanos will drag race through the Lambo, having no luck. Lucas Collab, 2 incidents in 1 lap. We're just running out a little bit wide, has cost him time. Maybe not as comfortable as he would like with the car, and now starting to feel the pressure kick in every step of the way. We'll have to slack off the pace here, try and cool the tires down, get his head back in the game, and try and keep on the button yet again. So, with that being said, 2024 minutes in, let's quickly go through our teams and see who's leading out the race. It is the Reptile Racing leading out in first place, followed by the ERA Highway Patrol in second. We've got likes of Rufadash in third with Jeffrey LaRue. The Griffin Sim Racing team of Jason Farmer. Real job of the Elias RedBull Miami team in fifth, with Darren Christie of Proper Racing now in sixth position. Sean Skitter, Logistical Nightmare Racing in seventh, followed by Los Patos Hermanos in eighth. Lambo Mannix lying in ninth, along with our Skidmark Racing in 10th place. AA Driving School running in 11th, followed by the SPM Corporation. Thomas Lobuskakny taking over the car from Nicholas. Driver change with a tire change with a full fuel as well. So they are going tank to tank with that car and tire change during all 4 hours. 4 changes within this 4 hour. Lucas Joe of the Griffin Sim Racing team and Nubs Racing running in 14th. Last of our cars going and making their way around the circuit. Unfortunately, our 15th car, Gerald Pretorius, not able to get going due to a mechanical failure by the looks of it. We'll try and get a bit more reports there for the Griffin Sim Racing team, as we do see Milestone coming back into existence. A bit of a Thanos snap there. Disappeared out of Sean Skitter's mirror. Definitely giving a fright to the likes of Lucas Collab and Sean Skitter, seeing and listen. Now you're here, now you don't. David Copperfield, all gone. And we do get confirmation. Gerald Pretorius of the Griffin Sim Racing team retiring the car. Now that's unfortunate to see. And going and losing yet another car in this race. But it is an endurance race. It is a difficult race. And many things go on. Hopefully they can get that car back out. They will be trying to get Gerald back into the car. I know the Griffin Sim Racing team have gone through some rough times at the moment. Loss of Ruin Heineke and loss of Gerald Pretorius is a big impact and leaves the likes of Lucas Chabert and Jason Farmer to carry the torch for the Griffin Sim Racing team. Milestone continues the pressure, carrying on in Los Pantos Hermanos with Sean Skitter running in 7th as it stands. Drivers trying to keep their head down on what they need to do to move forward during the course of this race. Always a tough time in the running order, as we do see the Elnor onto the back of Proper Racing. Now this is going to be an interesting one. Proper Racing, Darren Christie has been in the car for a fair chunk of time with Sean Skitter, has got nose damage after them not able to put the booster seat and the likes of the foam seat insert in the car to get him sorted. So he wasn't able to see the views properly and landed up putting the nose into the wall, trying to get himself sorted, trying to adjust inside the vehicle. Not ideal to have it, but we'll have to see how it all changes their way through as Sean Skitter puts the pressure on as they fight their way on. Jason Farmer takes a look at Jeffrey LaRue. We do see Pascal losing a bit of time at the top. He does allow Jason Farmer to come through. LaRue will hope to try and keep some sort of defense for third. And Jason Farmer says, thank you very much. Goes for the inside line. LaRue says, no, thank you. Gonna fight it back. And our leader back in for this fight will continue on the toe, not wanting to get caught out. Pascal waiting for the opportunity to get past the back mark as he does line himself on the inside. Late on the brakes. Jason Farmer opens the door, then goes back in for the toe, not wanting to cause too much of a loss for the Reptile Racing, but this gives him an opportunity to get the toe along right onto the back of LaRue. Darren Christie late on the brakes. Sean Skitter looked for the inside line. That's cost him a bit of time. Milestone immediately comes in for the fight, puts the hammer down. Miles, Sean Skitter, and Darren Christie now look to battle it out into turn 6, hard on the anchors. Darren keeping it all together, runs out a little wide. Sean Skitter, a little bit of a snap on the rear. He was able to save it, but that has brought the Los Pantos Hermanos team, Milestone, into the fray. Miles looking to try continue the momentum. Once again, out wide. Miles all the way out from America. Finding out here in Austria, Sean Skitter, a South African, moved to the UK And the next Pat looking to put a performance on for the Logistical Nightmare Racing team. So far, been a rough stint for him. Now has Miles Stone, second of the Gold Championship on an ERA Sunday. It came down to the final round. Now looking to put the pressure on Sean Skitter, looking to do everything he can to make an impact here. Was in for the fight of the championship, and unfortunately couldn't make it work, as we do get yellow flags. That is Sunyu, slow on the exit, lets the cars go. What on earth has gone on? We jump on board, he stopped the engine, and a tow back to pits. The AA Racing out of it. Now we do see the likes of Darren out off into the dirt. Skitter looks for the inside, got it done and dusted, gets the pass done. Darren hoping to hold his position against Miles Stone. Miles looks on the inside, late on the anchor. Can he make it work though? Darren comes across the nose, little bit argy-bargy between the two. Miles gets the pass done, having the McLaren on top of the nose of his Nissan GTR. Darren was able to save it, however, and now keeps the pressure on to Miles Stone. So already we're starting to see the impacts here, but what on earth happened to AA Racing? Came out doing everything they can, and then all of a sudden not working. We're going to quickly take a look at the 400 car, find out what went on. So this is down the main straight, flat out into turn 1. And the car shut down. No power. This is a car shutdown. And unfortunately for AA Racing, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Possible ignition failure, going and turning the car off, comes to a stop, wasn't able to refire the car. You had to get towed back to pits. That is a nightmare case for him. Darren Christie now dealing with Lucas Colab around the outside. Darren hoping to go and battle out. We're getting reports in from Tamo Malami, our reporter on the ground, to give us a bit of an idea. We're going to try and bring him up to see what his thoughts are. Tamo Malami, welcome. Give us a bit of an insight. We're trying to figure out what on earth happened to AA Racing. You possibly got an idea of what happened.
Yeah, there was a comment on Endurance chat that Matt East said that their engine just blew up on the downshift of turn 1.
Oh no, so going down the gears, that was it. Mechanical failure, had to get the car back to pits. Any chance of them possibly getting back into the race? A little bit of repair work done, or is it going to be lights out for the AA Racing?
I actually don't know. I have never had that in my racing career so far, so I'm not actually sure.
Alright, well thank you very much, Tom Malami, giving us a bit of insight, but it is going to be a fight out for Lucas Colab and Darren Christie as they keep the pressure on. And we are getting reports, however, that does look like Sunyu tried to get going and landed up disqualified for putting the power down in pit lane. So pit limiter wasn't on, got the revs up, and got disqualified trying to return to the circuit. So whatever the repair work was done, they got it sorted. Pit limiter wasn't on, and that's him out of the race. I mean, that is a nightmare case. Tomo, what goes through a driver's head when it comes to seeing the big DSQ flagging up on your screen?
That's the hard part. You've been working on tough race for so long, almost 2 hours now, and then small mistake can end the race just like that. It's a hard place for the drivers.
Oh man, hopefully we can try and have a chat to the AA Racing team, just get a bit of insight from them. But heartbreak, and another team out of the race. We did see a little bit.
I can go ask them if they wanna come chat for a while. They're down there, so I'll be right back.
I'll appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler Malami, our reporter on the ground and fellow driver. Definitely great to have him here and giving us some insight. But oh man, that is nightmare case scenario, and our AA Racing out of the race. Darren Christie and Lucas Collab had a little bit of contact with one another, and continue on their drive. We are getting reports, however, possibly. Does my eyes deceive me? Please tell me my eyes deceive me. But we've got Sanu in the car. It does say 10 seconds. Were they able to get that reversed? Were they able to get it reversed? We do have Matt, who is down to have a chat with us. So hopefully we can get Matt up into it. Matt, welcome to the commentary box. Tell us what's going on out there, buddy.
So Shanu managed to blow the engine up and then returned to the pits, and then the pit limiter didn't come on, so we sped in the pits, which disqualified us, but looks like the stewards have been nice enough to let us back in the race.
I mean, a engine blow up, unheard of, but really well done. But you guys are back out there. I mean, this is a race. We talk about the highs and lows, the dramas in the races. I mean, give us what is the emotions down in the pit, because you guys are back out after everything that's gone on. I would think this must have been a heartbreak to excitement in half a second.
Yeah, well, we were. Our main goal was always not to come last, and a few people have already quit. So, as far as we're concerned, we're doing better than we expected. So we're just gonna have some fun, finish the race.
I mean, absolutely fantastic. Now, your team up. What's the game plan between the two of you? Who's the quicker of the drivers? What's the plan with tires? That type of thing.
We're about even on pace, I think. We're just gonna see what happens with the pit stops and go from there. I don't think we've got much of a plan now. It's just get to the end.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, Matt, before I let you go to rejoin your team, anything you want to say out to the virtual grandstand that's cheering you guys on? I mean, the AA Racing, you guys have seen the worst of things at the moment and had the most heartbreak. Anything you want to say out to the virtual grandstands, to anyone in the teams that are racing, and to the drivers?
I just hope everyone's having a good time, that's all. So.
Fantastic. Well, go and enjoy with the team. You guys are back out there, and fingers crossed, we are looking forward to seeing the one and only Porsche out in the field to cross that line.
That's the goal. See you in a bit.
Well, Matt coming and joining it for the AA Racing. Honestly, phenomenal. And let's bring up Tom Omalami, because, man oh man, whirlwind of emotions. I'm sitting with a big set of tears in my eyes. That's for certain, because what we witnessed was speeding through pit lane. So, landed up with the engine broken. Got the engine fixed, landed up speeding in pit lane, disqualified, thought they were out of the race. Stewards went and retracted the DSQ, gave him a 10-second because 127 kilometers in pit lane, not a very good idea, and they continue on the race. Tomo, we just went through an entire Titanic film, highs and lows, in a span of 3 seconds.
Yeah, that was interesting. I was just chatting with Shanu on the other channel, and they were like, "Oh no, that just ended that race," and then they managed to get the decision reversed, and then just
I mean,
speeding at the pit lane. That was interesting, and they was kind of laughing at, well, this race is already over, but let's just finish for fun.
Well, you gotta say one thing: to go through all of that and yet stay out racing is just absolutely fantastic. I mean, as a driver, looking at what the team has been involved in, your take to it, because you've been in situations like this. You've been there where the race looked to be over, and all of a sudden, just something smiled, and we've got the steward saying, "Hey, listen, carry on getting to the end."
Yeah, just we are all doing this for the fun. So even though the result might not give you what you want, just keep on driving and keep up with the race and keep up with the community and just work for it.
Well, I mean, that is an ERA first that we've had the DSQ removed, but I've got to say, my personal well done to the stewards for reversing that, because we really didn't want to see AA going out like that, going out in a blaze of smoke, not even a blaze of glory. So from myself here in the THT, and I think Tomo from your side, we also share the same sentiments of fingers crossed, wanting to see that car get to the end, and what a race it is going to be for them just to see the finish line. I mean, no team on this entire grid can say they've been through that.
Yeah, that's a good sport for them, and just keep on fighting and try for the fun.
Absolutely. Well, we got Sean Skitter and Miles Stone fighting it out for 4th and 5th position. Miles constantly pressurizing Sean Skitter. Now, we did have our next round of pit stops coming into play. We did see, however, tyre changes all around. Darren Christie jumps out of the car, and that's got Matt Ayling into the car for proper racing, as they are out in 10th place. We did see Reptile Racing go into the pits as well. They did a change of tyres and fuel, so Pascal going out that little bit longer. Ben Hicks back into the car, tyre change and refuel for the ERA Highway Patrol. Jason Farmer is out and giving everything he's got. Sean Skitter along with Miles Stone, Lucas Collab getting past Darren Christie, Jeffrey LaRue for the Roofer Dash running in 7th position. He's done 2 pit stops. Cedric Muir back into the car, Arul out of the car. They've done their penalty, continue on the drive. Jan Dalsha of Skidmark Racing is back into the car. Matt Ayling for the proper racing. Thomas Labuskakny for the SPM Corporation. And we've got the Griffin Sim Racing team for Lucas Jabir. Fabio Rivera out for the Nubs Racing. And Sanyu continues on the drive for the AA driving school. I mean, this has been a bit of a wild one, but 2 Nissan GTRs fighting it out. Sean Skitter trying to hold the outside line. Immediately, Miles Stone for the inside. Miles has got an incredible drive. Will have the advantage into the double right-hander. Can he keep ahead of Sean Skitter? He puts the hammer down. He keeps a good bit of distance between himself and Sean Skitter. Tries to hold that apex. Sean Skitter now got the drive, heading into turn 1. Nose to tail between the Nissan GTRs. It is going to be a turbo V6 battle up to turn 1. And Miles managing to stop it on the apex, hold Sean Skitter back. I mean, this is some wild racing for the Nissans, but likes of Miles and Sean Skitter. I mean, this is great stuff, but Tomo, we've got still so much going on. I know that you're getting a bit of info around in pit lane to tell us what's going on. Now, we did see Sean Skitter, likes of one of our stewards coming in to have a chat and immediately leaves, getting a bit of a freight there. But Tomo, your thoughts thus far of the race? It has been an hour and 53 minutes. It's been a whirlwind of racing. Your thoughts thus far?
Interesting race. I've been kind of watching the whole race on this. Meanwhile, I'm watching kind of Le Mans as well. It's been interesting fights, and some fights been quite intense, and some collisions as well. But it's been a good race so far, and I'm looking forward for the next 2 hours.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic one. I know that you're walking around the pits and keeping an eye on things, and also keeping an eye on Le Mans. For those that are currently racing, can you give us a bit of an idea who is leading out Le Mans and who is finishing out of, who's the top 3 of Le Mans thus far? For those that are currently having fun.
At the moment, I just kind of like missed the stream, so I might need to go back for that one. I got to disconnect for a while, so let me get back to that later on.
No problem. Thank you very much, Tomo. We're going to let you go around, get some info from the drivers and teams, and get back to you as well on all the information.
Okay, I just got back on the live data. There is the double lead on the Ferraris at the moment on the hypercars, and then there is the, let me see, on the other classes at the moment. On the LMP2s, there is the VDS Paris Racing at the moment on the leads, and the Team WRT on the G3s.
So there we go, folks. right from Lamar. It's good to have a support race here at ERA. We got Lamar as a support race to the 4 hours of Red Bull Ring. I mean, Tomo, that's very thoughtful of Lamar, the Lamar FIA and then WWEC to have a support race during our 4 hours. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, that's true. ERA got the first win, and then we got the sports race, so it's nice.
Absolutely. Well, big change here. Fabio Verio getting a drive-through penalty for going and exceeding track limits, and did stop it in the pits. Well, was looking to stop in the pits and didn't serve his drive-through, so we'll have to go back in. And this is a blow for the Nubs Racing team, having yet another problem coming into fray, and will be costing him a bit of time. Fabio, I'm sure, going and kicking himself there. But drive through the track limits here at Red Bull Ring. Give us a bit of a sense of how difficult it is to drive on the circuit. It looks easy on paper. From camera, it looks easy. But as a driver, take us through what is the chaos that can ensue with the circuit.
Yeah, on this Red Bull Ring, if you push real hard on this track, it's possible to even I was kind of practicing on this track as well because of this event, just to see where I might be going next season with what car, and it was tough. I think I did 25 laps, which I got like 8 or 10 valids because the track limits are really hard on this track, and seeing the leaders going the pace they are going, it's really nice. It's formidable effort from them to get the valid laps and not getting drive-throughs because of the lap limits. It's a tough track for the limits.
So where would you say most of the cars and drivers facing track limits, where would be the corners that would be of concern for the drivers?
I think there are turn 1 is quite hard one to get right and get the speed for the long straight. Then the turn 3, not well counting the glorified turn 2. Turn 3 is kinda, if you get the bad exit, you might get a cut, and then the last 2 rights is tough one as well, just before the main straight.
So always tough parts to keep going, quick times being put in, but all pressure don't land. It is now 4 degrees down since the start of the race. Now we talk about dropping temperature on a circuit, especially from 30 degrees to 26 degrees. What impact does that have for a team, and what are they able to adjust to ensure that they keep within these temperatures that are going in? I mean, it's just dropped to 25 degrees now here in Austria.
Yeah, what I would do, I'm not driving, but maybe try to get the double stint as early as possible so you can react on the later stages on these tire changes. And it's about like 1 degree per like 0.1 psi. So the teams can adjust during the race as long as they have the tire sets remaining. But yeah, just try to get the double stint as early as possible and then adjust during the race where the temperature is going to be.
It's definitely an exciting one. Well, thank you very much, Tomo, as we do see finally Fabio back into the pits to actually do a pit stop after having the drive-through penalty. On top of that, Sanyu still needing to do that 10-second that they need to do for their pit stop as they continue on the drive. Still lots and lots of time. We'll let you go and walk around, get a bit more information, and we look forward to having a chat with you a little bit later on.
Yep.
Tomo Malami, once again, joining us for a chat, giving us a bit of insight of everything that has gone on. So, with that being said, gotta say, fantastic to have drivers coming in, joining us here in the commentary box, and we look forward to having more and more teams to give us a bit of insight of their races and what's currently been going on, all the highs, lows, and the chaos. Once again, AA Racing, serving I think, the biggest highs and lows throughout this race. But let's look at the most gains and losses. So we look at how many gains, and it has been the Elias Red Bull team. They started out in 12th position, folks. They're up into the likes of 8th position, and they're up 4 positions since that start. So very well done to them. And we move on to take a look. Lucas Collab of the Lambo Mannix. They're up 3 positions from where they started. Biggest losses, however, that are going around. It is Alan R with 2 points down. And the likes of Skidmark Racing down to, and the likes of Proper Racing down to. 14 cars still circulate around the track. 18 cars started. Unfortunately, retirements coming into the fray here and making our drivers go and kick their heels. Hopefully we can get some going. But like AA Racing, when the chips are down, they will continue on. So great to see all the momentum coming into the fray. Battles right round. Reptile Racing at the moment has a chance to take the championship if they hold the first place. They will be doing everything they can to try and keep it in check. But however, ERA Highway Patrol constantly at their heels, looking to keep the power in. This is the final race, so it's all or nothing at this point to get the momentum. Reptile Racing currently sitting in 2nd with ERA Highway Patrol. They are way down in the championship, and they are taking away points, critical points needed for Lambo Mannix and for LNR Bouncy Boys that are running 3rd and 1st respectively. So LNR, that is all the way down in 5th place, needs to make up some time here. They also have to stay right away. They need to stay well enough ahead of Lambo Mannix. That's got Lucas Collab running in 6th place, gaining a bit of time, 2 seconds back. As we do take a look, this is Milestone running in 4th for Los Pantos Hermanos team, constantly chipping away, seeing where they can move up in the order. Los Pantos Hermanos been a rather big sim racing team in singles racing, also in endurance. They've been around for quite some time, and also very interesting being the story of the 3 ducks coming into the fray. It's always fantastic to have a chat to them. It's always fantastic to chat to the drivers. They are quite fun, but do take things rather seriously. As we do see Pascal now right onto the back of that would be Thomas Hagen that is in the Nubs Racing. So Thomas Hagen taking over the car from Fabio, as Sebastian Lucasen and Fabio have done their drives. Thomas Hagen looking to carry his way through. 3 drivers in the car thus far, and Pascal Riddle of Reptile Racing gets the pass done and dusted, puts yet another lap. Thomas Hagen for the Nubs Racing is on lap 77. Well, our leader, Reptile Racing, has done 82 laps of this race thus far. Ben Hicks for the ERA Highway Patrol, 81 laps, needing to make up a bit of time. Jason Farmer trying to close up that gap. He's 16.9 seconds behind Ben Hicks. So Reptile Racing, still phenomenal drive on their part, keeping it consistent. Running 129 was their last lap time. 128.4 was their best lap time. Keeping within that 129 mark, not wanting to get out of it. The low 129s is a consistent effort. Next they will be trying to get past will be one of the championship contenders of Lucas Collab, who will be within eyesight of them. They're starting to see the opportunity come in for the attack, and Lucas Collab, however, has now got his eyes firmly set on Sean Skitter. This is currently 1st in the championship, logistical nightmare, along with 3rd in the championship, Lambo Mannix. Now this is going to be a huge push. If Lucas Collab can get the jump over LNR, they will be locking in the fight for 2nd place, and they need to get a bit higher in the points. They need to get past Milestone of Los Pantos Manos, Jason Farber, Griffin Sim Racing team, and once they can do that, they will secure 2nd place. But long as Sean Skitter falls down the order, they need that LNR to lose many points. Starting to figure out what's going to be the next plan here. What do they need to do? They're going to be looking down pit lane, seeing if the pits are going to get busy for the LNR team or not. It's going to be a big push for them as Lucas trying to make up the time. Remember, they've done an earlier stop in this race. We can't take that away. They did a splash and dash early on in this race. Eleanor did not. The Reptile Racing did not. So this is a massive gamble on Lambo Manic's part, whether the splash and dash at the beginning of the race was enough to ensure that they only doing the required stops to continue on. They don't want to do an extra stop. They want to now go from tank to tank to tank to the finish. They want to ensure these cars get across the line. So much time can be won or lost here at the ERA Endurance Championship. Round 4, the final round here at the Red Bull Ring out in Austria. 25 degrees track temperature. And if you're just joining us, a massive welcome to you all. Glad to have you here, and it is in for an absolute wild time. Very close racing, however. We do have on screen the likes of Eleanor, that's now behind the likes of Sanyu of the WA Racing, that has gone through a variety. Engine blowout, towed back to pits, pit limits are not working, disqualified, retracted, 10-second penalty, all served while getting damage on the car in the early portions of the race, and they are still continuing on. We've had a couple of cars unfortunately retiring with various mechanical issues that takes them out of the championship, out of the race. We've had our stewards not having too much of a busy time as well, so good on them for not having too many incidents coming through. The very few incidents that have come through have been either been racing incidents like Sean Skitter going out wide, cost him time, and Lambo Manix gets on by. That, unfortunately, was a problem for the Nissan. We're going to quickly go back and try and see. This is 10 seconds back. Doesn't quite give us a bit of an insight to what happened there. We'll try and go a little bit further than that. Go back roughly 30 seconds. And here it is. Breaks into turn 6, runs out wide into the dirt, and that was that. Wasn't all the way in, but just enough to make it a little bit unsettled. Sean Skitter will lose out 1.6 seconds to Lucas Collab. The big mistake coming in for the Eleanor team. Yet another trip up starting to come in. You're gonna have to start trying to figure it out. Start trying to get the head back in the game to continue on the drive as they battle their way through. Do want to point out possible battle coming in a little bit later on. Thomas Hagen of Nubs Racing currently on lap 80, 1 lap off Lucas Jabir, who has now crossed the line, so Lucas is actually 2 laps ahead, but Sanyu is on lap 79, right behind him, Thomas Hagen. Now, if he can put the hammer down, they may be able to get on the same lap very soon to Nubs Racing if problems still occur. They've got that 10 second to serve, but this means they're taking time away from the mandatory pit stops that come into play. So they can shorten those stops a little bit. Fueling is going to be a bit better for them. Not ideal circumstances, but positive gain. You can land up getting rid of the splash and dashes in those penalties, as you don't have to push as hard. We do, however, see Sean Skitter very slow through the left-hander, and that immediately had the likes of Sanyu and Thomas Hagen starting to make up time. Sean Skitter is battling in that Nissan to the middle of the circuit, trying to break the toe, dives to the inside, and it pulls into the pit lane. So opting, he's done, gets into the pits, and that is a react to Lucas Collab. So Lucas gets into the pit. Lambo Manix dives into the pits. Immediately, Eleanor comes in to get their car sorted out, looking to try and get rid of that undercut, going to react to the situation. So 5th and 6th are in the pits, and this is going to allow likes of Jeffrey LaRue to come on by. He's got Jason Farmer, who's running 3rd place. The Roofer Dash now has an opportunity to gain 2 positions. He will need to put a little bit later, but if he can put the space in now, he will be able to hold that 5th place. As he dives into 5th, away from Sean Skitter and Lucas Collab. Jason Farmer remains off the back foot there, not wanting to get too involved in the fight. He will go and do everything he can to continue on the drive. So everyone Look at him push that a little bit harder. We are getting a little bit of information coming in from the down in the chat. And we have information coming through. We're trying to see what's going on. Does look like a bit of a question on the stewarding document all coming through. So the stewarding document getting brought in of, listen, is it up and going? Yes, it is. It's up and going. And that's Daniel, what's my going and inquiring to ensure that things are in check. And we'll push their way on a little bit more. So drivers need to figure out what can they do to keep in this battle. We did see Thomas Hagen a little bit earlier, lap 75, do his drive through. 82 laps in, and will continue to push a little bit harder after a bit of a nightmare situation. Darius climbs into the car, Sean Skitter out of the car, and it's going to be an interesting drive for Sean Skitter's teammate to make up a few positions. After gaining into the top 5, it all went south for Sean Skitter. We'll see how it all goes through as Darius continues on to battle his way in the running order. We'll try and get a little bit of information from the L&R team and give us a bit of an insight of what's been going on. And how was the stint for the drivers. So, message sent to L&R, the likes of Sean Skitter, to possibly get him in for a bit of a chat after swapping the car over to Darius. It looks like no seating issue this time for the L&R team, like was originally had for Sean Skitter. Matt Ailing for the proper racing team continues on the drive. Got Christian Fingler behind the wheel. Christian Fingler, one of our admin here at ERA, now looking to carry on for the Lambo-Matics, handed over from Lucas Collab, and will be booting it on the throttle as much as possible to continue on the drive. Knowing Darius is in the car, he's going to be a little bit concerned on that. We'll be thinking what's going to be the next plan for the race. How far are they willing to go? As Matt gaining some time, the proper racing, not holding back, and will look to continue on the charge, not wanting to back down in this fight as they battle their way through. So many other drivers thinking what needs to be done on their epic battles here at the Red Bull Ring for the final round of the ERA Endurance Championship Season 1. And this being the debut season has got extreme honors for going out and winning the race. You need to ensure you keep going. So Christian Fingler and Matt Ailing looking to battle out between each other. This is 8th and 9th. McLaren versus Lamborghini. It is going to be an interesting one. The battle of the British versus the Italians. And so far, the Italians leading out the race. Christian Fingler trying to hold the outside line. Immediately has Matt Ailing up on the inside. Takes the dive. Side by side they go. Christian over the curb. And that is going to be a drive over track limits. That's going to be a warning. Not going to be a good thing. Will continue to try and keep himself in the mix here as he puts power down, hoping for it all to work out. Tough times as Christian Fingler lays on the brakes. Matt trying to come back at him for the inside line. Couldn't get it sorted out. Will continue on the power, and this has brought Darius into the mix as well. Now Darius looks to put the hammer down, looks to get involved with the fight. Will he have enough, however? The Nissan GTR looking on the inside of the McLaren. Can't carry the momentum through. Christian in the screaming V10 Lamborghini GT3 Hurricane Evo 2 has got the McLaren Evo on the back. The Nissan GTR, the oldest of the three, is Matt getting a bit of a tank slapper on the exit. Putting the power down a little too early there. Darius looking to try and capitalize as we jump on board with the Nissan GTR, utilizing a turbocharged power to try and bring himself closer. As the track cools down, as the air temperature cools down, turbocharged cars will be happy. Unnaturally aspirated cars like the Lamborghini and the McLaren will start to battle a little bit more. So it's going to be a chase for Darius to make up some time here. Matt going and closing up onto the back of Christian Fingler. Had great straight line down the main straight. And now we'll continue to put pressure on the back. Matthew East climbs into the car for the car 400 and looks to carry his momentum in through the max. And that is our AA Racing. We did have a chat earlier to Matt on his team and saying there was an engine blowout. They've had everything going on, and now it's going to be a chase down to the wire. Darius right onto the back of Matt Ayling. So Matthew East down the car for the AA. Good to have a chat to him before he climbs in. It's been an absolute hard take for the two of them. Matt Ayling up on the inside of Christian Fingler. Couldn't get it done. Darius immediately trying to get back onto the power. Looking to try and go around the outside. Switching back. It's nose to tail on their way through. And it is going to be Darius on the inside through the left-hander. Continues to keep the power on. Matt stuck on the outside. Loses out the drive. Tries to go for the cutback. Couldn't quite get on the apex. Nose to tail they go. The Nissan GTR's got it. But for how long? The McLaren of Proper Racing into the slipstream of Eleanor's Nissan GTR. Around the outside. Onto the power. In through the right-hander. Carrying a lot of momentum through. Both keeping it rather clean. And still tries everything he can. Couldn't quite get the drive needed. Darius opens up the gap. Matt trying to keep in the slipstream. This is a great moment for Matt, however, as he can use the slipstream to get a bit closer to Christian Fingler. Christian, now looking in his mirrors, seeing that the fight is over, now knows he's in for a bit of a problem. Milestone inherits a position over Jason Farmer, who is now into the pits for his third stop in this race. Christian Fingler, and so far, their team has had 3 stops. Darius has had 3 stops for the Eleanor. They've been through the pits 3 times, and 2 would be a stop. The other one, I think, was just a drive-through, to be honest. Darius keeps the pressure on. Christian Finger trying to just corner well with the Lamborghini. Goes out wide a little bit, just with a bit of understeer. The Lambo not looking so easy around the corners, having to battle his way out. And now Darius looks to put the hammer down. Can't quite go for the inside line. Matt doing everything he can to stay in for the fight. They are running within a second. 8th, 9th, and 10th are battling it out. And we are also seeing 3rd in the championship versus 1st in the championship. And Proper Racing is a little bit further down in the championship, that to be said. Still keeping a great bit of momentum. And they are running 9th in the championship. This is great scoring points for them. So far, missed round 1. They managed to get 12th in round 2, 7th in round 3. They can get into the likes of 8th position here. They'll move their way up the order. That's a better run for them. As we do see Darius up on the inside of Christian Fingler, heading up into turn 5. And it is going to be Darius to get the momentum. Darius scoring that 8th place. Christian look for the inside. He's going to go for it though. Late on the anchors. Very late decision to try and get past. Killed off his drive. Still doing everything he can. Matt tried following him through. Couldn't quite get the power down. I mean, this is just a huge battle. Christian tries the inside yet again. Matt onto the back of him. And Proper Racing now looks to take the fight to the Lamborghini. Looks for the inside out of turn 6. Can't get the momentum down. Slows up that rear. Starting to kick out underneath him. Having to battle it back. 1 hour and 40 minutes left. This is a sprint race for the cast. Reptile Racing still leads the pack. ERA Highway Patrol in second. Los Pontos Hermanos running in third. Griffin Sim Racing Team. Jason Farmer running in fourth. Jeffrey LaRue of Dasher Roof in 5th place. Elijah's RedBull in 6th, along with Skidmark Racing, Alan I in 8th. It is the Lambo Mannix and Proper Racing in 10th place. The SPM team are running in 11th, and that is Christian Fingler not able to slow the car down. Matt gets by both of them, run out wide, late on the anchors, both costing time. Now 2 seconds away from Eleanor. One critical mistake into the corner. Let's quickly go on board and take a look of what happened in towards turn 1. We're going to use our helmet cam here. This is Christian Flinger in the Lambo. Late on the brakes. Oh, Jingos missed the brake marker by light years. going and visiting all the lands of Austria. And Matt Ayling also following through on that one. A bit of a tough time for the GT3, and Darius got wide-eyed in the mirror, seeing a Lamborghini not slowing down. That could have ended ugly, but well done to both Matt and Christian for going and keeping all together. They're riding out straight, taking the avoidance, rather take the escape road, luckily not putting it into the wall, but costing themselves time, at least not taking out another car and themselves in the process. But that has allowed the LNR team to stretch open the gap just a little bit further. Well done. An easy run drive now is needed as they continue on the battle. And this is just stellar racing on the way through. And gotta say, some fantastic racing. Las Pantos Semanas into the team. Milestone getting into the pits. Now the question is Miles going to climb out of the car? He's been there for 2 hours and 21 minutes. It's a long time in that Nissan GTI. He's well over the halfway mark for the race. And is he going to be able to change the car, or are they solo driving? That is another one. Reptile Racing continues on their drive through to the front. It is the RedBull Elijah Miami team that is now got Skidmark Racing on the back. And Drescher hoping to try and make up a bit of time on their way through. Currently lying in 7th place, 1.3 seconds back from the Red Bull Ferrari. Taking a look at the Skidmark Racing team currently running and trying to gain some time, and we do have a bit of a report. Stop go 30 second for coming off the button a little bit too early. Milestone exiting pit lane will continue on the drive, and unfortunately a stop go 30 second penalty. Got off the pit limiter a bit too early from 3rd into 5th, and this is going to taper him down the order, as Cedric and Jan are well enough within fight. Pit stop for Lucas Chabert. The Griffin Sim Racing team getting a stop done and dusted. Doesn't look like a tire change. Car is flat on the ground. This looks to be a refuel at this point. Waiting to just find out. Drop down. So that was off the jacks. Waiting to see coming out of pit lane. Double stint tires or on a new set. New set of tires. 35.4. New set of tires put on the car, and they continue on the drive. Skidmark Racing all over the back of Elijah's Red Bull Miami team. Nose to tail, it is Ferrari 296 up against BMW M4 GT3, and it's up on the outside. Jan looking to try and do everything he can. Cedric goes in a bit tight, runs out a bit wide, not as much as Jan. Trying to defend the line as much as possible. We do, however, get Milestone into pit lane. Stu of that stop go 30 second as our defending 2 continue on. Nose to tail into turn 1. Commitment from the BMW up on the inside as we were riding on board the main dash. So outside the hood, outside the windscreen, we could see how close they were going into turn 1. Held the inside line, down the gears, using engine braking to try and bring it work. Let's bring in a driver that has had a difficult time. Let's bring in Sanyu of AA Racing to come and have a chat to us. Because, man, oh man, we've got to have a chat to the AA Racing. So, Sanyu will be joining us shortly here in the commentary box. We have got an invite for him to bring him through. Just need to accept it. There we go. Our AA Racing driver, Sanyu, welcome to the commentary box. And man, oh man, you have got a 4-hour story to tell. Take us through what has gone on with the team. So while we're trying to get Sanyu's mic to work, we just need to try and get it up and going. But Sanyu has been our driver of AA Racing. Landed up having a disqualification. He then landed up bringing it back, and it was just some proper racing. Let's see if we can... Sonny, can you hear me? Alright, so we're getting Sunyu back in and try and get him up and going. So Sunyu, one of our drivers out there in the AA racing, try to get him back on the airwaves and have a chat to us, because man oh man, it's a driver that we definitely have to talk to after quite a difficult time out in the car, having some highs and lows all the way through. And we'll be continuing on the race. So, well, that being said, we do have Jan ahead of Cedric. Cedric getting a little bit out of shape on his drive-through, and we'll be trying to bring it back. It is now 1 hour and 33 minutes, 2 hours and 26 minutes completed of the race. Drivers starting to open up the distance to one another, and we're starting to see some battling going on. Matthew East of AA Racing, but we do, however, big things for Milestone. After a stop-go 30-second, now into a drive-through for track limits exceeded. It is all going wrong for the Los Patos Hermanos, and that is a bit of a blow. Let's bring in Sunyu, try and have a chat to us here once again. We'll try and get the microphone up and going. Sunyu, can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, I heard you all along. I think you weren't able to hear me though.
We weren't.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear. Sunyu of AA Racing. Man, oh man, what a race it has been for you and the team. Take us through the start of the race.
Eventful.
Take us through what's been going on.
Very eventful. Okay, so we had a very decent start actually. We gained like 3 or 4 positions in the first 3 corners, so it was looking alright. Then turn 4, I lost the rear, hit the wall. Not a big tap, just a small tap, like gained like maybe 12 seconds of damage, but enough to put me back into last, so then it was full recovery mode again. I had a very good first stint after that, like I recovered 3, maybe 4 positions, was looking alright for the second stint, but then sometime in the second stint I started realizing that I was damaging the engine, and I think it was all into turn 1. I don't know how or why, because I've never had this issue before in like over a year of driving in ACC. Not once did I damage the engine, not even damage it, let alone blow it up. But now by the end of the second stint it did blow up into turn 1, so that was unfortunate. We were doing alright, we were I think P12 or maybe 11 when it blew up, so I had to return to garage. Return to garage, as you know, locks control for a few minutes. Then when I got going again, because I was in this new situation that I had never been before and I was flustered and all of that, I forgot about pit limiter, which was not turned on automatically, so then I sped away. I had I think almost 140 by the time I exited the pit lane. So yeah, that was an instant DSQ. Hopefully, thankfully actually, the stewards were there to remove the DSQ for us. And I had to return to garage again, sit through another few minutes. And now I left Matt with absolutely nothing to race for. I think he's 2 laps behind the nearest guy, but who knows, maybe they have the same issues we have, so... we're still gonna finish the race. Well, we at AA, we always finish races, we never quit out. And we're already P14, started P17. We were the slowest car in qualifying, so finishing P14 is actually our best result ever. So yeah, it's not so bad when you look at it that way. But man, oh man, that was an eventful second stint for me.
Well, I mean, it's been just a wild run. We had a chat to Matt, who was just talking about, well, we're not quite sure what's gone on with the car. We're not sure where we're going to sit. He was unknown. We were chatting to him. He was, well, I'm not sure if we're going to get going. And then all of a sudden, you're out on track racing. And you could hear the smile in the voice of, finally, we're actually having this. I mean, this has been an eventful 4 hour for you. The thoughts going into the rest of the race. You got 1 hour and 30 minutes to go. You're still battling out there. Yes, you're 2 laps down on the likes of Thomas Hagen of the Nubs Racing. who's also been having some difficulty in this race. But ultimately, what's the game plan here to make up a bit of time? Because surely, with all the stops that you've done, you've taken away that short stint that would have been in the race.
Okay, so we did take away the short stint. That's the one positive that actually resulted out of this. But we have no idea what Return to Garage did to the tire sets. We don't know what tire set we're on now. I did a short stint after the second Return to Garage and then passed over to Matt and didn't change tires, just to play it safe. But we're not sure if Matt will have another set of tires to swap to when he does eventually have to pit again. So this might not be the last of the events for a endurance team. We will see. But yeah, we might still have another incident, let's call it, coming up. But either way, even if we finish on like blown tires, our goal usually is just don't come last. And with 4 cars already out of the race, we're definitely not coming last. So we've already achieved our ultimate goal. So we're just happy. At this point, we're just driving and having a good time.
Well, from green to checkered, I know the entire virtual grandstand is cheering you guys on as the little car that has gone through everything. I think it's got everyone standing back going, what on earth? I mean, a blown engine is quite a thing to run into, especially in a GT3 car. But looking at Matt fighting with a car, sliding around, this tells me that he's on a tire set that is definitely not working in his favor. But before I let you go and join Matthew East, who is fighting out there, anything you want to say to any of your sponsors, to any of your fans, to the virtual fans out there joining us here at ERA tonight that is cheering on this little Porsche that is 0 quit for the AA Racing?
Thank you for making this possible. I hope we will see all of you at Drive for Dean also, and I hope many more cars will sign up than we have right now, because it's an awesome event for an awesome cause, and we will surely have some good times on track for that one. And yeah, see you there. That's all I had to say.
Sanyu, thank you very, very much. Are you going to get back into the car any time in this race, or are now having an ice cream?
My stints are done. I've done like 2 normal stints and 1 short one, and then the whole things. Now it's time for dinner for me and just hanging around with Matt, keeping him company. But it's all Matt till the end of the race.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, pass on to Matthew that we are cheering him on till the end for the AA Racing. We're looking forward to seeing this little car get across the line, because you guys have had the luck that I have never seen in 5 years of commentary.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'll pass it on. Cheers. See you around, Steven.
Cheerio. Sanyu coming and having a chat to us. I mean, what an event. Think about it. You're going and racing, suddenly you have an engine blow up, you get disqualified, you had all this chaos going on, you just going through it all. I mean, this is a team that has properly gone through everything, and I think the Kunos developers are even trying to figure out what on earth has gone on with their race. So let's talk about the racing that's gone on. We have got Reptile Racing out on circuit. We've got Ben Hicks back in the car for the ERA Highway Patrol. They are going and pushing on the throttle. They're trying to continue their drive up through the order. So Ben Hicks now looking to continue his drive and looks to try and fight it out. Now, still so much going on, and the race still working in favor. We'll have to see who is going to move up through the order. Jason Farmer back up into 3rd place for the Griffin Sim Racing team after the next round of pit stops have been done. And we've got Jeffrey LaRue of Dasher Roof, Jan Dolscher of Skidmark Racing, and Cedric Muir of Elias RedBull Miami continues on the drive. Darius in the Nissan GTR starting to make up time. He's about 4.4 seconds back. We've got Proper Racing, Matt Ayling trying to make up some time. Christian Fingler 9.8 seconds back from him in 9th. Milestone of Los Pontos Hermanos team in 10th place. We got a driver coming in to join us, and it's one driver that everyone gets to know. As you... Whoop, here's the police. We've got Mr. Sandbags himself. Well, we can't say that anymore. David Schuton is coming to have a chat to us. Mr. Schuton, welcome to the commentary box. What a phenomenal drive on your part. The RA Highway Patrol looking better and better here at the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Thanks for having me.
Now, take us through your stint. I mean, this is a difficult circuit in driving. We heard it from Tamo Malami. The temperatures have been all over the show. I mean, at the moment, 23 degrees out there. It is 20 degrees air temperature. Take us through your stint.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. Honestly, we got a little bit unlucky with the traffic. I think I lost like 5 seconds behind some battling people, and honestly after that it's just managing pace, staying consistent and not going out of the track limits. So yeah, that was basically the main goal, to just not get a drive through, because that's obviously like detrimental.
And in terms of pit stops, we've seen a couple of drivers going, a couple of teams going for shorter stops, just a little bit of fuel, back out and going. You guys have been pretty much on the money in terms of tank to tank and tire change to tire change. Are you concerned about a short stop, or is there a little bit of lift and coast coming into play?
No, it should all be fine. Hicks is like doing super good pace. We went in with a full tank for this stint, and he'll have a very short stop. And yeah, we hope to catch up by with the front runners then, or P1.
Well,
so let's see what happens when they pit.
Well, 19.5 seconds back, definitely making up a bit of time. A game plan for the end of the race. Is it going to be a react situation to Reptile Racing, or is it going to be trying to get for an undercut? Or am I fishing for answers that's not going to be there?
Honestly, at the moment, we're not really focusing on the other drivers. We're just like, we have a strategy in mind and we'll go for that in any case. So, yeah, I mean, we'll just go for that one. We're not looking at the other drivers at the moment.
Fantastic. Well, ERA Highway Patrol has definitely been a fan favorite in the Sunday Championship and the Endurance Championship. Before I let you go, anything you want to say to all your fans out there and potential customers for the ERA Highway Patrol cells?
Yeah, thanks to everyone watching and everyone behind the scenes, and thanks to everyone showing up for the race. I hope in the coming races there will be a bit more people again, because 14 cars on the track is not that much, but obviously it's still enjoyable. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Absolutely fantastic. David Schuton, Mr. Sandbags himself, a champion, going and fighting it out of the ERA Highway Patrol, giving us a bit of insight of what to come with the car. 19.5 seconds back away from Reptile Racing, so they continue to push on the charge, and they have got Jason Farmer 80 seconds back from them, so trying to get a little bit of time. Christian Fingler is now trying to close the distance between himself and Matt Ailing, who is now into pit lane. The proper racing team slowing down, will be getting a stop done and dusted, and this will look to be one of the final stops, I would think, for the car and the team. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one and see how it's going to work out. Christian Fingler, one of 3 drivers that are fighting out. We're going to see if we can possibly get a likes of our Lambo Mannix. Alright, let's quickly try and send a message off down to the pits for the Lambo Mannix. See if any of those drivers would like to come and have a chat to us here in the commentary box. And this is once again open invite for drivers that are out there, teams that are racing around, giving it everything they all, to give us a bit of an insight of what has been happening out there, what's been the battles, what's the ideas, the strategies into the final hour and 19 minutes, folks. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the ERA Endurance Championship Round 4, final round here at Austria at the beautiful Red Bull Ring. It is a championship decider at the moment. However, it looks to be Reptile Racing leading out the pack and looks like they are going to be winning the championship as Cedric Miller pulls into the pits. Possibly a driver change coming into effect for them as Elijah waits to get in the car. So is Cedric going to climb out the car or is Elijah going to get in the car? We'll find out shortly. That's given the position to the LNR team to gain some time here. Darius behind the wheel looks to push himself a little bit more up the road. See if it's going to work out for him. So drivers that have been in the car for a long time. Is Miles Stone soloing this thing as he battles it out for Los Pontos Hermanos team. We have also got the likes of Jeffrey LaRue, Jason Farmer soloing the drive on this way through. Lucas Jabert soloing it as well. Matthew East, who's climbed into the car after they've had a race to talk about. We've got Nicholas Genevico of SPM, their first time joining us this season and putting in a great bit of effort. They're running in 11th position. The SPM Corporation has been a proper race through, consistent pace from them of the 129s. They've been ensuring to keep that all the way through. Cedric losing out position to Matt Ailing of Proper Racing. They have also been having their scuff moments up and down. A little bit of elbow rubbing, a little bit of momentum loss, but all in all, still keeping the hammer down through it all. So we're looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top. 1 hour and 18 minutes. This is where the short stop, we've been talking to the drivers and alluding maybe a possible thing to come through. And this is always a tough run. So who's going to be able to move through the order? I mean, it's always a tough race for them to deal with. Pascal into the pits. ERA into the pits. This is what we had a chat to with David Schutten. When are they going to do the pits? Now, this is a react to the likes of the Reptiles who are into the box. Jason Farmer, however, does not need to go into the box. He is 1 lap down on the 2, but he did an earlier stop than the likes of Reptile Racing and ERA Highway Patrol. This may be an opportunity to gain some time to get that lap back and close up to Ben Hicks and Pascal, who are going to be charging their way through. Their final stop, is it going to be a short stop? They alluded, possibly, it's going to be a short stop towards the end. Might be a full stop for both of the drivers. We're still waiting for them to exit out of pit lane, and it's Reptile Racing coming out immediately. ERA Highway Patrol. It is a short stop for Ben. 15.3. He's on the old set of tires. He put short fuel in, and Pascal, new set of tires, fully refueled, and is going to be the likes of Shorty now behind the car to power his way through. The fastest of the Reptile Racing team, the birthday boy himself, continues on the drive. Ben Hicks with a shorter stint, 1.5 seconds back. So this is going to be a wild one for Reptile Racing. Who is going to make their way through? However, I do want to point out, I've been talking about the Alliance Red Bull team, and that is not correct. Because take a look through it. We got Ariel Jar, where it says Alliance Red Bull Miami team. It's actually, the real name is the French Baguettes. You heard me right. This is the French Baguettes that are out there. So, apologies to the team. You are the French Baguettes. You enter as the French Baguettes. And unfortunately, Los Pontos Hermanos is looking rather hungry for a French Baguette. So, huge race coming through of who's going to gain a bit of time. And we'll see if we can possibly get the likes of Elijah or Cedric to come and have a chat to us here in the commentary box. And who will be able to gain a bit of time. So Cedric climbs out of the car. Elijah, the Elijah Red Bull colored Miami, the French Baguette team, continues on their charge through the field. Milestone right onto the back of him. Ariel Jar now figuring out what does he need to do. Our race lead closing up on this battle. This is a big time compromise for him. If he loses out the drive here, and it's immediately Miles to the inside. He makes his way through. Bit of a bully way past. Side by side they go. Shorty watching this fight. Singing happy birthday in that 296. Immediately sees the French Baguettes fighting out against Los Pontos Hermanos. It is side by side and loses out. It is a proper fight. We are getting a bit of news from the likes of Elijah. Stint time is 55 minutes. The French Baguettes. We want to eat the potatoes. I fully agree with that. So hopefully we could get you guys to come into the commentary box. So Elijah's, if you would like to come into the commentary box, we would love to have a chat to the French Baguettes. That lets our race leader go by. And we also got the Pimps Vig going and saying it's 30 degrees in the rig as we do see the likes of Los Pontos Hermanos. Once again, it is open in the commentator's booth to have a chat to the drivers and teams for you guys to come in and have a chat to us. We do have Tobias into the pits, but wow, that's really a first for the Skidmark Racing team. There's no tires on that BMW. There's no suspension on the BMW. Kudos. Want to help? That is a bit interesting. And Tobias running into a bit of issue. Ben Hicks up on the inside. Gets a pass done and dusted. He pushed his way through. Milestone going to follow his way into the battle. As we do see the French Baguettes holding the line and continues to keep the Los Pontos Hermanos at bay. It is still amazing racing. The all-French team takes on Milestone, the American, putting the power down, utilizing the power of the Japanese. It just can't get the run on the Italian stallion that has got the French duo. And the French Baguettes continues to hold that 8th place as 0.3 of a second. We are getting reports that Tobias Hartmann is in pit lane. We did see him without any tires. And we wait to see if he can get back out on circuit and take a look. Milestone sweeps around the outside. And immediately Arulja could not hold that position. Tried his absolute darndest to hold the inside line. But Milestone with an incredible pass around the outside. Let's see if we can quickly take a look at that pass with Milestone. Let's jump on board. Look to the inside. Couldn't get it done. Moves to the outside. And it's wide, late, wide, on the power, all the way through over the curb and still got it going. Not sure about track limits, however, but man, oh man, that's definitely flirting with them if you didn't get it. That was incredibly quick. But it's time for our French Baguettes of Aril to try and make up some time. Milestone runs out a bit wide after pushing that a little bit harder. It's a second between them as they continue on the drive for the final 1 hour and 11 minutes. We get closer to the end, folks. It's starting to get nail-biting all the way through. Everyone starting to dig deep, trying to push himself that little bit harder. And it is going to be a proper run to the end. 4 hours of racing has come down to this. Championship has come to this. It is a proper run. Now, we always love having a bit of a chat out there in the virtual grandstands while we're getting a bit of a chat in the pit lane. And we got Sanu giving a bit of an insight. He's managing to install the rig under the AC unit and sets it to 25 degrees just to try and cool himself down. Well, 24 actually. We got to say actually. But Sanu, after everything, try to keep a cool head. I'm sure it wasn't that cold after everything that's gone on. We got Compa86 saying, well done to Pimps. Now, I do want to point out, Pimps, what team are you in? curious, out of curiosity, let me know, because I want to know 30 degrees in the ring, what team you're in, because you must have been feeling the pressure. As we do get a bit of news, Tobias Hartman still in pit lane, not going out as yet. 42, that's set with no tyres on. Well, it has got tyres this time round. Waiting to go, lights are on, so that's definitely the ignition turned on, not turned off. So hopefully we'll get going. And we are getting reports from Elias, who is Cedric Muir, to have a chat to us. Going and saying, unfortunately, English not the strongest suit for our Frenchman, but did have a lot of fun in the stint, looking to carry on and is supporting fellow Frenchmen for the French Baguettes. So, big thank you to the French Baguettes. Glad to have you guys here, and always fantastic to hear that you're doing well. Fully understand, not English, not the strong suit, but still fantastic to have you guys fighting out. So, great running from it all, and we do get a bit of news from Pimpvic, who's actually part of our Reptile Racing, coming and saying, listen, 30 degrees, bit of rough one, tough race out there. Well, Pimp's more than happy if you would like to come through. So, Pascal, we'd love to have you in the commentary box here in ERA. Just come to the commentary under the endurance, and I'll pull you up. We want to have a chat to you guys, because currently fighting out for the championship, it's been an exciting race. I'd like to have a chat to you. Honestly, I'd like to, if it's in French, I don't mind, because here we're open to having all chats, and I want to actually get you guys in the comment box, because you've been doing very, very well. So the French Baguettes, so if you're welcome, if you would like to, I'd love to have you here. So as our team's fighting out, the French Baguettes fighting for P7 overall continue on their charge in the championship. It's been a stellar effort on their part to move forward. We're looking forward to seeing how they can go. So my French is pretty bad, but we are going to try and do want to have an interview, since we are welcome to all. So French Baguettes, if you'd like to come through. However, I am going to play a auto-translate, Google auto-translate, just to get a bit of an idea of what's been going on with your team. And we'd love to hear you guys' native tongue for all the French out there and all the big fans out in ER8. You're welcome to the commentary box. Will, however, be auto-translate, so do forgive. I will try and learn a bit of French. I do want to learn a bit of French. It's a language of love. As we do have another retirement, and that looks to be the Skidmark Racing team out of the race, unfortunately. Bit of a blow for them, and that is a nightmare situation. So French Baguettes need to be ahead of the number 12, and that is the proper racing, currently running in 7th. They have to get past Miles Stone, who is for Los Pantos Hermanos, and will continue on their drive a little bit further up the road. So always a tough time for the teams to move forward, whoever's going to be able to gain the advantage. I mean, this is always a difficult situation for many of the drivers, and who needs to be able to move their way forward in the race here. So a tough race indeed for our drivers to move through, and ultimately we're looking forward to. And so Cedric, if you'd like to join us, please come to the commentary box. It is going to be auto translate from Google, please forgive, but we'd love to have you guys just say something on air because it's been a stellar time seeing you guys out there. And here at ERA, where we've got drivers from across the world, from Africa, all the way through Europe, from UK to US, it has been phenomenal. We'd love to get everyone having a chat. Milestone of America taking on the French Baguettes. I mean, this is the thing. We've got Ariel, who is in 9th at the moment, taking on Milestone, throwing hammer and tongs, really doing everything to try and dig deep, try and get that pass and get through. So as we continue on the drive here, 1 hour and 4 minutes to go, and still so much going on. Shorty out on circuit, banging in those lap times. Fastest lap time in the race we saw a little bit earlier, 1:28.242. Now set a 1:28.3 on the last lap. Incredibly quick team. We're hoping to also have a chat to Pascal, who was in the car, taking a bit of a breather now, and just seeing those lap times roll in, getting quicker and quicker. Ben Hicks of the ERA Highway Patrol currently running in 2nd. Jason Farmer of Griffin Sim Racing Team running in 3rd. Alan R running in 4th. The Lambo Mannix are getting out of shape. Christian Fingler getting all out of shape in turn 6. Not ideal circumstances. And we'll continue on the drive that little bit further. Jeffrey LaRue running in 6th for the Roof and Dasher Roof, along with Proper Racing. Los Puntos Hermanos, the French Baguettes, along with the SPM Corporation. The GSRT, the Griffin Sim Racing Team, along with Nubs Racing and the AA Driving School, continues on the drive, trying to close up the gap despite everything. Absolutely phenomenal drive. That being said, everyone having to push that a little bit harder in the race, figuring out what's going to work for them. Closest battle on circuit is Milestone and Real at the moment as they continue on their drive. We're looking into the final pit stops. However, 3 stops have been done by most of the team, except for the likes of Milestone, who's gone through the pits 5 times. Thomas Hagen gone through 7 times in this race. We also had the likes of the AA Racing that landed up blowing a motor in a set of course Competizione, trying to bring it back as well. So still, so much has been going on. Drivers having to think about what needs to be those final stops, what's going to be the splash and the dashes as they consider the moments going forward. Milestone, however, has got a bit of a problem as right behind him, as we look on board the Nissan GTR, you can see the Los Puntos Hermanos, but we can see the French Baguettes immediately closing up the gap into turn 1. Late on the brakes, not as early on the power. However, they need to keep going and get ahead of Matt Ailing and the Proper Racing Team as they're fighting for 7th overall in the championship, possibly even higher at this extent from gaining positions in this race. The final round of the championship, it's all or nothing for these teams to make it or break it for the first season of the Endurance Championship here at ERA, and it has been an absolute great one. It is nose to tail all the way through though, and we are getting later for the British side of things and the South African side, but it's getting a lot earlier and towards the afternoon for our Americans. Our Europeans are also heading into the evening. Christian Fingler, however, has stopped in the pits for their final pit stop for the Lambo Mannix. Jeffrey LaRue will take the position and hold into 5th as it looks like our Lambo Mannix coming out of pit lane. Looks like Matt getting the pass done. He's got likes of Sasha Shorty, the birthday boy himself, having a bit of fun out there. Continues on the drive. Christian Fingler continues on his drive out of the run for the Lambo Mannix team. Now in 7th position, 8 seconds ahead of Milestone and the likes of Ariel at the moment, who continues on the drive. Nose to tail, they battle their way through. It is going to be a hard push, however, for the Ferrari to get past that Nissan GTR in a straight line. Can make it up in the corners, but that top end coming into play on the Nissan GTR seems to be taking away the drive as the final hour has begun and the Lambo Manics have done their final pit stop of the race. 9.3 seconds. This was a short stop for them. They did a short stop in the beginning of the race, and now the question is, can they go that little bit further to push themselves that little bit more in through the battle? Now, that being said, we would like to bring you at home to come and support for the final hour. This is a big moment for all our drivers to continue on the drive, to push themselves that little bit more up through the field. So, for everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, for the first time in ERA history, and far as I know, in sim racing history, we are going to allow the grandstands to show on camera, on the broadcast, to show your love from home to the drivers. So if you have a piece of paper lurking around, if you want to write a good luck, a keep pushing, if you want to give a thumbs up, go to that link. It will ask you for your camera. You look at the camera, you can smile, you can thumbs up, and we'll put it here on the screen so you can show the support at home in those virtual grandstands to the drivers, to the teams out on track. This is a first in history. More than welcome. And the password is in the chat as well. And well, let's see what happens. Let's see who wants to. It's going to be a huge bit of fun, giving you guys at home a chance to show the support to the drivers and teams out there. That being said, it is an all-out fight till the very last for every single one of our drivers to really put the hammer down. What is going to be the big moment for you? What is going to be the opportune moment to move forward in this race? Who is going to have enough legs to boot their way into the history books here? Reptile Racing, who has now led the race so far from start heading towards the finish. They will be looking to take away the championship. ERA Highway Patrol has been doing everything possible to try and close that gap. Jason Farmer of the Griffin Sim Racing team, running in third place, continues to keep the charge on, with the likes of Darius of Logistical Nightmare Racing, LaRue of Roofadash in the top 5. But it is the Lambo Manics, who we had on screen for a while, that has done their final pit stop to push their way through. 121 laps completed by our drivers. So far, 3 hours and 3 minutes left in this race. It is an outright charge to the line, and so many drivers need to push this a little bit more. They need to dig deep and figure out what is going to work for them in the closing stages of this race. And now, with everyone roughly 3 seconds away from one another, 3.4 in Christian Fingler's case, to the likes of the Proper Racing, this is our closest battle. Second to that is Milestone and Arul at the moment, but they still need to go in through the pits. That is going to change things. Eleanor dives into the pits for the final time. It is Darius to get into the box. Is it going to be enough? Jason Farmer will be putting a lap on Darius, trying to secure that third position on the way through. It is going to be to our leaders, likes of Shorty and ERA Highway Patrol. 8 seconds separating them. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to get that final pit stop? Is the undercut going to work? Is the overcut going to work? Are the teams going to pit in at the same time? This is crucial moments as we watch our leader heading into the final corner, giving it everything he's got, and is keeping tight. Not gonna go into the pits. A little bit of understeer starting to go in. You can see battling to keep this car in check, sliding around. LaRue gets ahead of Darius. He still needs to do his final stop, however, as they continue on the drive, trying to march their way through. Matt Ailing and Christian Fengler now look to continue on their drive. You can see the ERA Highway Patrol, Ben Hicks, pushing Fengler to move out the way. Milestone gets the pass on Darius, who now exits pit lane. So Miles ahead, and here comes the French Baguettes, closing up a bit of time. 3.4 second, and it's going to be a hard charge to the end. And now we are getting information. Matthew East has got a puncture and is doing everything to try and keep the car going. Sanu giving that bit of report. This is a team that has gone from accident to disqualification and now a puncture, and just doing everything they can to keep going to see it through to the end. AA Racing question: do you guys have another set of tires to put on? Do you have a set of tires to chuck on this car? Oh no, this is... Oh, come on, little Porsche. Come on, little Porsche. There's a Los Pontos Hermanos. Matthew trying to get the car in. Do they have another set of tires on this Porsche? Is the concern. Please, fingers crossed for the team. They have gone through it all. I can't imagine what is going through that team. Oh man, that is just so much going on. They've had everything this race. Jingos, hope you guys have a set of tires. I mean, if any of the teams have got a spare set, please chuck it over to the AA Racing. They desperately need to get across the line with 52 minutes. This is going to be a race of note. So, they wait in the pits to see if there's a tire change. If they have a final set, it will be a used set for going in. And ERA Highway Patrol in and out of pits. This was their final pit stop. Jason Farmer will have to go into pit lane one more time. So is Sasha Shorty to do their final pit stop. So ERA Highway Patrol first to pull the trigger in our top three. They still hold it out. And we are getting reports that it looks like the AA Racing has got a set of tires. They out on a set of tires. They will continue to see it to the end to this race. It is Milestone onto the back of Christian Fengler. AA Racing has got an opportunity to see it to the end. Puncture, damage, disqualification, time penalty. They've had it all this race. And they've managed to blow a motor as well. I mean, this is just all the luck gone wrong. But man, I'm glad you guys are back out and going, wow, oh, wow. Man, this is going to be a 4 hour to remember of note, and a team that, man, I have not seen it. But being the first ever season, we have had the championship round come down to this. We are looking at third in the championship. The Lambo Mannix fighting out with Los Pontos Hermanos, who are really trying to keep going. Milestone behind the wheel of that car, doing everything he can to hang on for his position, looking to get into that top six. Has gone through the pits 5 times. Already losing the sense of the microphone on the way through. How's that? But Milestone has the opportunity to lock in that 6th position. Christian Fengler, who's done his final stop, will take this car to the end for the Lambo Mannix to chase through till the very, very end. It is a worst case scenario for the Lambo Mannix. Have they done enough to push themselves into the top 3 at least? ERA Highway Patrol has managed to usurp them with the final pit stop. But the question is, Reptile Racing and Jason Farmer need to do their final stop. 24 seconds back is ERA Highway Patrol. And that's being said, we got Jeffrey LaRue running in 4th. We have got Proper Racing in 5th. We've got Lambo Maddox fighting out with the Los Pantos Hermanos, who looks to go around the outside. Not going to work really into turn 5. Late on the brakes. And the Lambo just having enough rotation. Runs out a bit wide. Christian Finger loses it. And that is Milestone taking the position away from the Lambo Maddox. LNR running in 8th. Along with the French Baguettes in 9th. 10th place is the SPM Corporation. Yet still going out there. And their first time joining us. Also, an all-French team, the SPM Corporation, doing a phenomenal job staying into the top 10. Lucas Chabeo, the Griffin Sim Racing team, in 11th position. Thomas Hagen, the Nubs Racing, they have also had some rough luck, but still continue on the charge. And last but not least, AA Racing to fight it through. Jason Farmer into pit lane, shooting into 2nd. Now Jason Farmer will be looking behind to keep an eye on Milestone and Christian Fingler. Those are the 2 next cars to come by. So Jason Farmer waiting in pit lane. Has he got enough to get out of the pits ahead of these fighting duo? Comes across for Miles. We don't see a Ferrari in pit lane. Looks like Jason Farmer just getting out. No, loses out to Milestone and Christian Fingler, who get on by. They will get a lap back on him. So it is 6th and 7th coming on by. Jason Farmer has got enough of a gap to the Lambo Maddox to hold 3rd and continue on the drive. Reptile Racing, however, has got a lap ahead of ERA Highway Patrol. They are pushing as hard as they can to keep it going. Pascal, in a 30-degree room, is trying to keep calm, while Sasha Shorty, on his birthday, continues on to drive. This would be the best birthday present that can be received. A championship win in the first ever season. It is mind-blowing to have it come down to the final race of the season after fighting it out across the world. And I'm talking about properly across the world, folks. We have gone from 3 hours of Barcelona in March, on March 22nd. We head over to the 4 hours of Kota on April 19th. We then went to 6 hours of Silverstone in May 17th. And we're ending it here, June 14th. The day of Le Mans. The day of endurance racing at its finest. We here for the final round of round 4. The 4 hours of Red Bull Ring of the ERA Endurance Championship. It's come down to this race to make it work. And we get reports, Christian Fingler into the pits. Fingler into the pits again. What has gone on for the Lambo Maddox? This is an unscheduled pit stop for them. The Lambo Maddox running into an issue. What has gone on with the team that they are in the pits? I mean, this is a tough one. Pascal, please, we would love to have a chat with you into the last 45 minutes of this race. We would really love to have a chat to you on just what's been going on. Nicholas Gavinko runs out wide in turn 1 and gets the pass over the likes of the Lambo Maddox, where Lucas Collab is into the car, and we have got Christian Fingler out of the car and now handed over the reins to Lucas Collab to go and bring it through to the end. And this is a big call for them as they continue on the charge. So Lucas, who is back in behind the car, and see how they're going to go for the final 45 minutes here at the ERA endurance race. I'm going to try and get a little bit of a chat with Christian Fingler, hopefully, who's just climbed out of the car to give us a bit of an insight of what happened, and also to give a bit of an insight of the race, the season, just everything that has gone on here at ERA and the debut season of the Endurance Championship. And folks, it has been a wild ride. It has been months and months of planning and hard work to get to this point where drivers get to fight it out. Now, we got to talk about the SPM Corporation. First time in the championship. They've come in the final round. They're in 9th of the championship. Well, 9th in overall. They're pushing as hard as they can to really get the climb. Getting past the likes of Thomas Hagen, who continues on the drive for the Nubs Racing team and will be looking to further climb up through the order. It's all just a race to the end at this point. Who is going to make their way? Who is going to get the win at the end? And it all looks like it may go to the Reptile Racing if the pit stop goes right. Milestone into the pits. Matt Ailing into the pits. This is the moment that the French Baguettes have been waiting for. French Baguettes with 3 pit stops. They are yet to do their 4th. This is a fuel save situation or an all-out chase. A real behind the wheel of the French Baguettes. Ferrari 296 has to put the hammer down to get going. It is all-out momentum, and it's go, go, go for the French Baguettes. And, well, since it's French, I know the English is not so great, so forgive me for this one. So I'm going to use our amazing Google Translate to try and cast us over to the French Baguettes. Apologies if it's all wrong, but we're going to do it. And this is definitely going to be the radio message going out for them.
Poussez, poussez, poussez.
And pussy, which is French for push, push, push on the way through. And that's P-O-U-S-S-E-R, by the way. First time actually going and hearing that. Pussy, pussy, pussy. If I say it correctly, push, push, push is going to be a shout out over the radio to keep going for the French Baguettes because they finally got ahead of the proper racing. Daniel Mutsumi is behind the wheel. Mutsumi, is that Matsumiya is behind the wheel of the proper racing and have an opportunity to go, go, go. They are fighting for 7th in the championship. It is all or nothing for the team to make it work. It has been a brutal back and forth. It's been waiting for the opportune moment to get going till the very end. And it's come down to this. The final stops. Milestone dealing with the likes of Nicholas Gunevico trying to move forward. Lucas Collab running 1.3 seconds back. And we got Sanu saying it's push, push, push. That's all that they heard. And honestly, that is what we have. Genevico into the pits to get themselves sorted out. So tough racing on the way through. And ultimately, this is it. I mean, this is exciting. This is nail-biting racing to the end. Push, push, push. Coming on the radio for all the drivers. Final set of tires for all the teams to make it work. And it is a battle to make it to the end. I mean, this is going to be a tough time. All the drivers feeling the impact of this race. 3 hours and 19 minutes, 40 minutes and 47 seconds out on circuit. We have seen the highs, we've seen the lows, we have seen racers not making it to the end of the race. Unfortunately, variety of mechanical errors. We have seen perseverance from teams to fight it through, and it's all eyes towards the front. Reptile Racing is ahead by quite a bit, but now they need to push this little bit harder. They need to put the hammer down. They need to ensure everything works out. They have done 3 stops. They got 1 more stop to go. They do have a lap ahead of ERA Highway Patrol. How However, if one mistake happens, that's it, snatched away. For likes of our French baguettes, they're 8 seconds away from logistical nightmare racing. They've also got a stop to do, and they are only 44 seconds ahead of proper racing, down in 7th. They are fighting for 7th in the championship, folks. The win between these two will dictate who gets 7th. And that's what the championship has come down to. Milestone in Los Puntos Hermanos may have an opportunity to get in and ensure that there is a split in the points here. Los Puntos Hermanos has been fighting desperately to hang on. Milestone, a solo driver in this 4 hour. One of the very few solo drivers that are going in to battle their way through. Nicholas Gavico behind the wheel of the car, looking to take it to the end. Final, last life of the tyres. He was stopped in the pits for 19.7 seconds. It is now just a push through to the end. This is the exciting race for our drivers to ensure they keep going. Push, push, push. Shouted through the minds and the radio comms of every single one of these drivers to make it work. Lucas Collab, 2.9 seconds off the back of Milestone, both in shot. Nissan GTR versus Lamborghini. It's going to be a wild ride. 134 laps completed by our leader. Second place on 133 laps. Third place, Jason Farmer on 132 laps. Same amount of laps as Jeffrey LaRue on 132. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all on 131 laps. And 10th, sitting on 130 laps. 11th on 128. 12th on 128 as well. And our AA Racing on 125. It's all come down to this. Closing the stages. 37 minutes to make it work. Tires worn out. Drivers worn out. Temperature 21 degrees. We started at 30. We are down 9 degrees since the start of this race. Setups had to have made it work. Everyone battling to keep it out on track. Everyone pushing as hard as they can. Final stops have been made by drivers. Jason Farmer of Griffin Sim Racing running in 3rd. Eleanor running in 5th place with Sean Skitter behind the wheel. Daniel Musue running in 7th has done their final stop. Milestone has done his final stop. Lucas Collab has done their final stop. Nicholas Genevico done their final stop. Lucas Jabir, final stop. Thomas Hagen, Matthew East, all final stops for them. Only drivers to go through the pits. French Baguettes, done 3 stops. Jeffrey LaRue, 3 stops. And our leaders, 3 stops. It is all or nothing to power through to the end. Have they stored enough in the tank to push a bit deeper in? Have they got enough to get it to the end? This is going to be a tough call. This is where being a strategist is always a tough time out there for anyone on the team's critical points for the championship to make it or break it here, to ensure they're in for the race. And it's come down to this. 36 minutes to go. All power going on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you guys shortly. We're going to let you enjoy the sights and sounds of Red Bull. We'll be back shortly, right here at ERA. as we come back on air here at the THT Productions. Good to have you guys here. Massive welcome to you all. 30 minutes left in this race. 30 minutes and 50 seconds. And it's an outright charge. 13 cars still keep circulating. 13 teams looking to push to the end. It's 20 degrees. We started at 30, 10 degrees down from where they wanted to be. 4 sets of tires is all they could use in this race. And all the cars having to go and double stint their tires. Every single one of the teams pushing themselves a little bit harder. The likes of Rufadash and the likes of the French Baguette still yet to do their final pit stops, along with Reptile Racing, who you currently see on circuit in the Elijah's RedBull Miami colors. So this is going to be a bit of an exciting run for the teams to get themselves that little bit further. 139 laps in by our leader, Reptile Racing, looking to take the championship for Season 1 here at ERA for the Endurance Championship. Months and months of planning has gone into this championship. Many teams have come and gone by the end of it, and it's come down to this. Who is going to get that top spot? ERA Highway Patrol currently running in second with the Griffin Sim Racing team. Jason Farmer running in third. Jeffrey LaRue of Rufadash in fourth place. Eleanor of Sean Skitter running in fifth. The French Baguette's running in sixth, along with the Proper Racing in second place. Los Pontos Hermanos running in eighth, followed by the Lambo Mannix in ninth. We have got Nicholas Genevico running in the SPM Corp. They are in 10th position. Lucas Jabert of the Griffin Sim Racing team in 11th. Thomas Hagen of Nubs Endurance running in 12th. And then we have got our AA Racing lying in 13th. Still so much time to go. And drivers having to push themselves a little bit more up the road. What can they do to gain the time here as they look to push themselves a little bit further up the road in this monumental fight? My co-commentator joining me in terms of little Bookie the dog, who will like to see this to the end. Nice to have pets going and joining in with your activities, especially here on a Saturday that is on the night of the Le Mans Endurance Race for 2025. Lucas Jabert trying to make his way through, sitting right behind the Lambo Mannix that continues to push on. We are getting a bit of support coming in for the likes of Lucas Jabert from Ulrich Diaga, the Griffin Sim Racing team, out all the way in South Africa, supporting his fellow teammate and fellow South African out on circuit, who is running in 11th position. Solo drive for him, and he's looking to carry on. Close battle, however, starting to build up. Miles Stone of Los Pontos Hermanos fighting against Proper Racing, and we do see the French Baguettes now into the pits. This is the tell of whether they've done enough, as we do see Daniel making his way through turn 6 in and coming out. It is going to be a battle and a half for the French Baguettes. It's all or nothing. Ariel into the pits, stopped in the box. Here comes Proper Racing. French Baguettes, have they got a short stop in hand? That may work out, as they got Miles Stone, who will then put a gap between them. Will definitely knock them out of that 7th place. Proper Racing down the back main straight they go. It's all or nothing for them. Miles keeping on the gas. It is going to be the likes of Proper Racing. Gets the pass done. Miles Stone gets it done. And the French Baguette off pit limiter only now. Miles back from the Nissan GTR. It is going to be an outright race to the end. It was a short stop of 20.8, but just not enough. And Lucas Collab will look to try and fight it out as well, as we do have the Lambo Mannix chasing down as the final stops starting to roll in. It is only needed for the likes of Jeffrey LaRue and Sasha Shorty to do their final stop in this race. 25 minutes, and keep an eye on 6th, 7th, and 8th, along with 9th, as it is going to be a race and a half. Milestone now within a second of proper racing, as they will be putting a definitive gap between the likes of proper racing and French Brigade. Fighting for 7th overall has all changed to the moment of one pit stop, a fatal pit stop that took them out of the running. Lucas Collab looking to also put a bit of salt in the wounds here, out from Germany, will look to fight it out against the Frenchman, as once again Ariel running out a bit wide, battling to get a bit of heat back into those tires, worn out tires. This is the second stint for them as he battles to bring it all into check. Milestone looking to get hold of Daniel, bring him a bit closer. If Milestone can put a gap and slow down proper racing just enough for the French Brigade to close up, we will see a fight for 7th between the two cars. Well, forget about that. Lucas Collab now has a run out of turn 1. Sorry, that is out of turn 5. Contact as Lucas now looks to battle it out. Side by side, they go into 6. And oh, the Lamborghini and Ferrari rubbing paint against one another. Lucas Collab, however, gets the pass done. Ariel down into 9th. Just doesn't have the tires to fight it out. Runs out a bit wide. Here comes Sasha Shorty, our leader, in for the attack. He's looking to get on by and needs to get this done and dusted. No time loss for our leader. Otherwise, it is going to be a major impact. Couldn't quite get past the French baguettes as yet, and will wait for another opportunity. Ariel trying to put the hammer down and really keep going, as we do see Sasha Shorty pulling into the pits. Have they done enough to keep ahead of the ERA Highway Patrol? It's going to be a close one. That is for certain. Milestone and Daniel continue to chase each other around the Red Bull circuit, fighting out for that 6th in place. Jeffrey LaRue into the pits. Their final stops coming into play. And this is going to be all or nothing right to the end. It is a sprint race. 23 minutes left in the race. 3 hours and 36 minutes has been the teams fighting it out. Sean Skitter, logistical nightmare, up into 4th. Getting past Jeffrey LaRue is down 1 lap to Jason Farmer, lying in 3rd place. Jason Farmer is 39 seconds away from David Schutten, who is back out on track, pushing as hard as he can. Is he close enough? And Reptile Racing exiting pit lane. Looks like they have done enough to hold position ahead of ERA Highway Patrol. They will both be on the same lap, 144 laps in. And Schutten now has a lot of work to do to catch up to the Reptile Racing, sitting well over 30 seconds to go. Jeffrey LaRue comes out of the pits. Daniel trying to make a bit of a move to keep as close as he can to the likes of Jeffrey LaRue, who's just exited, along with Milestone. The only driver that is on a new set of tires in this 3 battle from 12 seconds between Milestone, Daniel, and Jeffrey LaRue is actually Daniel. He's got on his last set of tires 32.8. So he's on a new fresh set of tires. Milestone, however, do apologize, is also on a new set of tires. Last stop was 32 seconds. So both the McLaren and Nissan on a new set of tires, while Jeffrey LaRue, running 11 seconds ahead, did a very short stop, 17.2 seconds. It was a splash and dash, and continues to fight it on till the very end. But we are seeing an ongoing battle for 6th, as we do keep an eye out for our French baguettes. They are running in 9th. They are 5 seconds off the back of Lucas Collab, who's 11, going 12 seconds from this fighting duo, and is definitely going to be an amazing one. If it all plays into the favor for the likes of Los Pontos Hermanos team. They'll get the pass done and dusted. It's going to be a bit of hard work, however, to make it happen here around Red Bull for the final race of the Endurance Championship. It's all or nothing for the Endurance Championship, and Miles looks to go on the attack. Couldn't quite get the inside line. Daniel managing to hold back and continue the drive. Late on the brakes, pushing himself out a little bit more, ensuring he can lock it down as much as possible. And we do see Miles now around the outside. Daniel looks to defend the inside into turn 5, and it's a Nissan GTR carrying the run through, gets it done and dusted, and gets a pass done. Daniel down into 7th position. Proper Racing now looks to try and claw back. A bit of a note coming through from our fans out there. We have got the likes of Tom Omalami saying, well done to all drivers and teams. Well done to everyone that's finished this race and finished the season. Big shout out to Tom Malami there, our reporter on the ground, to give us some of the info. Also, now giving him a bit of support, and a big support going to ERA Highway Patrol from the Cyber Racing team. Milestone getting pressure. Daniel onto the back of him. Los Pontos Hermanos against the Proper Racing, and the Proper Racing having a bit of a tough time, looking for any opportunity to retake that 6th spot. Looking to go and move themselves up through the order, over the curbs, really battling back, trying everything at this point to gain time, but that Nissan GTR just has too much legs on him as he bellies his way through. Last lap time of 1:30.2, late on the anchors into turn 1, brought it nice and close into the back of Miles Stone, and now continues to put the hammer down. Miles hoping to just keep the distance at the moment. 0.3 of a second separating these two. This is our closest fight on track. That is under 10 seconds. And Miles, not backing down from this fight, will continue to utilize the legs on that Nissan GTR at all costs till the very, very end. It is nail biting right to the end of the race. 18 minutes and 30 seconds to go. 0.8 of a second between 6th and 7th. But leading out the race, Reptile Racing, ERA Highway Patrol in 2nd, Griffin Sim Racing, Jason Farmer, along with Logistical Nightmare Racing. Roofer Dash running in 5th, along with Los Pontos Hermanos. Proper Racing in 7th, Lambo Mannix in 8th. It is the French Baguettes in 9th. The SPM Corporation running in 10th. Griffin Sim Racing, Lucas Jabet running in 11th. Nubs Racing in 12th. Runs out a bit wide. Lets Jason Farmer through. And ending out our circuit of drivers is going to be the AA Driving School, continuing to push on through all the difficulties in this race. 1.1 second between Daniel and Miles. Forever just changing between the two, both on very aged tires, looking to try and push himself a little bit closer. 7.2 seconds away from Jeffrey LaRue, as we do have Thomas Hagen pulling into the pits. Nubs Racing diving into pit lane. This is an unplanned pit stop for the Aston Martin. So what on earth has gone on for Thomas Hagen pulling into the pits? Is there going to be a change of driver? Will we see Sebastian Luxon getting back into the car? We'll find out very, very shortly on that pit stop. And possibly a splash and dash. I mean, their last pit stop was all good, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on. It was definitely an unplanned pit stop. 16 minutes to go. That was cutting it very deep into the race to have a pit stop happen, but they did have a tow back to pits that possibly went and caught them out. As drivers continue on the drive, pushing as hard as they can, Miles and Daniel will look to do everything they can and bring it back. And it's going to be all or nothing for the teams to get the climb. Nose to tail, Daniel hoping he has enough in the tank. Milestone running in 6th position. as they keep the battle down, hoping to go a little bit more into this race. 1 second separating them. We are getting reports, however, that Sebastian Lucasen back into the car. So Thomas Hagen's out of the car, Sebastian Lucasen back in. And there must have been for a stint limit. Remember, they had to be in for a minimum of 55 minutes and a maximum of 77 minutes. So unless he didn't have the minimum stint time in order, they had to get Sebastian back into the car and continue till the end to ensure that they meet the requirements for the race. All in all, tough racing indeed. Strategy needed to be planned. And I do want to point out, Miles Stone, despite having Daniel closing the gap on him, is now 5 seconds away from Jeffrey. That is 2 seconds out that these two have managed to take a chunk out of LaRue's times. And looking at the lap times, LaRue doing 130.7s on his last lap. We'll see when he comes across the line. Is it any improvement, or is he still sitting with that 130.1? Miles Stone will come across 4.9 seconds at 129.1, and Daniel the 129.5. Jeffrey LaRue is in for a little bit of a rude awakening here, and he gets to put the hammer down. He is a second slower than the fighting duo behind him. Hayter back into the car. We have Hayter, who was an early retirement in this race, back in the car. Momentum Setups is back in the car. Do we have Momentum Setups to finish the race under checkered? We're waiting to see. Controls are locked. Whether they're going to be out on circuit. Momentum Setups, one of our earliest retirements in this race, may have just rejoined to fight it out. This is going to be a wild one. This is a hot take, folks. Coming to you live, unplanned, unscripted, everything on the line for drivers, as we do see Daniel running out very, very wide over the curbs, trying to catch up Milestone, 1.6 seconds back. This is the most he's been back all race. Hayter still waiting to go out. Will be laps down on the rest of the field, but gotta give massive well done to try and get back into this race. And that's what we love to see. If you see the green, you gotta see the checkered, and we may see the Ford Mustang get across the line under its own steam. Daniel now 2 seconds off Miles Stone, who is 3 seconds off the back of LaRue. Nissan GTR closing and seeing a top 5 on the horizon for the Los Pontos Hermanos team. Both LaRue and Stone have done nearly 4 hours solo at this point, and they're continuing to see it through to the end. It's gonna be absolutely manic in LaRue's car. The Roofer Dash now needs to be so careful on what's gonna go on here. 2.8, and we can just see in shot, there was the Los Pontos Hermanos Nissan GTR closing the gap little by little. LaRue losing more and more time. Fatigue kicking in for the drivers, and we'll be trying to push a little bit more. Hayter still in pit lane, hasn't gone out. Hopefully that Mustang exits under its own power. Fingers crossed. I'm willing the Momentum Setups Mustang to get out under its own power. It has to see the checkered flag under its own power at this point. You've done this far to try and get back in. Now you need to see it through. That is the going out to the team. 2.6 seconds Milestone. 2.3 seconds back Daniel. Lucas Collab 13 seconds back. The French Baguette 6.5 seconds off the back of Lucas Collab as it stands. As drivers look to see it to the line. 11 minutes and 22 seconds in this final round of the championship. Matthew East coming off the gas, allowing ERA Highway Patrol to go past, continuing on the drive just a little bit longer. All the teams holding out, doing everything they can. And it is Los Pontos Hermanos now 1.8 seconds onto the back of LaRue. Jeffrey LaRue's got to be so careful here to try and hold his position and not to be caught out. Because if he loses out to Milestone, he has a bit of a problem of possibly losing out to the proper racing team. And the Roofer Dash McLaren now in shot to see both Daniel and Milestone in the mirrors, trying everything they can. Miles will be the first onto the attack here, and the Nissan GTR just having the legs to keep the power through. Top 5 on the cards for Los Pontos Hermanos, who have been digging deep all race long, late on the brakes. Miles trying everything he can to make it work. It is going to be a nail biter for them. 1 second, fastest lap of the race. Sebastian Lucasen at 1:28.1 as he blasted through. Sebastian Lucasen is just in the car to make an impact, and so he has, taking away the fastest lap of the race from everyone and just proving, listen, I had a problem with the car, my teammate had a problem with the car, but we are here to make an impact. And what a way of doing so. Milestone now on the back of LaRue. It is going to be a chase through the American versus South African. It is going to be late on the anchors. LaRue trying everything he can. Has he got enough in the tires for the McLaren to fight it out against the Nissan GTR of Milestone? On the way up, proper on the power. Hater still in pit lane. Has not gone out under his own steam as yet. And it's going to be LaRue keeping an eye, tight line through the right-hander into the last right. And now has to get on the power, runs out a bit wide. That's going to allow Miles to get a little bit closer. And Daniel seeing these two in for a fight. If Miles gets held up a little too much, Proper Racing has an opportunity to close back on them. LaRue breaks late into turn 1, brings it back, doing everything he can to hold this top 5 for an epic battle. He's raced the entire race, so is Milestone. 3 hours and 51 minutes, and it's come down to this. 8 minutes and 20 seconds left of the race at the Red Bull Ring. Final round of the Endurance Championship Season 1. And despite them not fighting out for the championship, they are going to fight it out till the very end. Los Pontos Hermanos up on the inside trying to get the drive. Couldn't quite get entrance of the corner and tried getting the drive out of the corner. Not able to do it. LaRue holding a solid defense at the moment. Late on the anchors. Pivots on the nose. Lets the rear come out. Just doing everything they can. AA Racing right ahead of them can play a very influential part here as Matthew East will get the radio call from Sanu saying, listen, don't fight them. Let them by. Let's continue on the race here. Don't worry about it. Hold your line. Let them go on the straight. Don't compromise yourself in the corner. We are also battling here. Does move over to the right-hand side. And that is going to be to the disappointment of Miles, who was hoping LaRue was going to get held up. Now it's a dive towards turn 1. Hasn't Nissan got enough trying to open the turn 1 up a little bit more. Dives across the apex. Couldn't quite get the drive. And will stay on the power. Daniel now starting to make a bit of time on them. Will look to try and close back up. LaRue doing everything he can. Looks to hold the inside. Goes to the middle of the circuit. Comes back to the outer rim. As it does see Milestone over the curb. And LaRue going and squeezing to try and close the gap. He swings back ahead of Miles. Goes back towards middle. Miles puts himself past the B pillar into the A pillar. Miles around the outside. Has he got the momentum? Looks for the undercut. LaRue slows it down on apex. Contact between the two of them. LaRue continues on the charge. Miles closes up the gap. LaRue tried stopping dead on the apex. Miles looks at it once again on the inside. Couldn't get assaulted. Battles through. Daniel now within a second and a half. This is going to be a fight. If LaRue continues to hold Miles at bay, if Daniel loses out a bit of momentum here, he needs to get past that AA car as quick as he can. The AA moves out of the way. Daniel sees opportunity ahead of him. Miles once again for the inside. Couldn't get it done. LaRue defends all the way through. Runs out wide. Gets on the power. It's Miles Stone. Let's toss him on it. Daniel getting it sideways as he tries to put the hammer down a little bit more. It is outright charges for the last couple of minutes. Last 5 minutes and 40 seconds. 5th, 6th, and 7th. Our closest battle on circuit. And by far becoming a wild race. All on an old set of tires. LaRue inside, Miles outside, couldn't make it work, swings across, tries to go for the undercut. LaRue holds a solid defense, manages to sweep across the nose to tail. Stone inside, gonna possibly hold that inside line, trying to bait a move. LaRue, middle of the circuit, Miles outside, trying to battle his way through, goes for the undercut yet again. Can he make it work? Looks like he's got it cinched in this time. LaRue out wide, puts the power down. It's a drag race between the two. Into the left-hander. LaRue's going to have the advantage. Swings back in. Stone could not get the drive out. He's going to try it though. Couldn't make it work. Daniel in for the mix. Proper racing. Las Puntos Hermanos and Rufadash now on top of one another for the final 4 minutes and 38 seconds. We got a 3-horse race till the very end. Miles on the inside, swings across, trying to get it through, runs out wide, cost himself time. Daniel tries to come back, and there immediately, LaRue stays in for the fight. Daniel, now in the tow, has waited for the proper racing to be in it. Baits for a move on the inside, couldn't force Miles to back out of it, and will continue on the drive. On the way through, Sebastian Lucasen, who has set the fastest lap time of the entire race, sees this battle ahead of him, will be saying, this is my moment to put my nose in, to get in for a bit of a fight. We Miles down, but come on, we're in for a race as well. Why the heck not? It is all our battle. Miles Stone trying yet again, looks for the inside, closes up the gap, switches to the outside through the left-hander side by, the right-hander, and Miles out wide. LaRue straightens the steering up just to try and force to hold the line. LaRue middle of the circuit, Miles looked for the inside, couldn't get it to work. LaRue runs out wide, battling to keep the car in check. Sebastian Lucasen joins the train as well, and he can try and unlap himself here in this race. Daniel trying everything he can to close up the distance. It is 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second, and LaRue leads the train. Sebastian Lucasen in 12th. He is sitting on 150 laps. The cars ahead of him on 154. They are on all the same lap. Lucasen, 4 laps down, does not want to back out of this race. He does not want to lose out and will continue on the drive till the very end. Miles loses out in turn 1. He's lost the drive. Daniel goes on the inside. Sebastian keeps an eye. Miles switches to the inside, trying to defend Sebastian Lucasen. Not hanging around. Lucasen getting side by side with Daniel. He's going to cost him time here. And this is going to be late on the end because contact between Miles and LaRue. And Daniel gets caught up. Sebastian joins into the mix. It is now turning into a wild race. Miles going 3 wide. LaRue trying to come back and to try and close the distance. He does. Lucasen going and giving them room. LaRue forces Miles out wide. Miles around the outside. Lucasen's got the inside, forces both cars wide. Daniel looks to try and go underneath. Lucasen gets past them. He checks out of this fight, not wanting to be around. LaRue holds back Daniel, who sweeps across the nose of Miles Stone. Miles comes back with a tank slapper. A massive drift for the Nissan. And there is LaRue opening a slight gap by 0.8 of a second between himself and Daniel and Miles. This is going wild. This has gone absolutely mental at the last. This is a fight till the through. Stone is throwing everything at the kitchen sink. Daniel, for proper racing, looking to defend as much as possible as they fight their way through. 1 minute and 17, and we're waiting for the reports. I mean, this is just phenomenal. But Sebastian Lucasen who had the pace, just said, listen guys, I'm going to put my nose in, I'm going to clear you guys, you can fight your own fight, I don't want to be anywhere near this, because this can go either very well or very bad. And this is going to be milestone around the outside of Daniel Matsini. Sean Skitter into the box. Unplanned pit stop for the LNR team. Unplanned pit stop for the LNR team. Milestone drag racing against Daniel. Diving to turn 6. Late on the anchors. Daniel tries to come back at him. Holds the inside line. And it is going to be milestone with a take slapper onto the dirt. He saves it. Daniel retakes. We just heard that RedBull Racing is on their final lap. That will be the call out to all teams, that there is a final lap to get it done and dusted when they come on by. It is Sasha Shorty of RedBull Racing, David Schuton of ERA, Jason Farmer in third, Sean Skitter in fourth place is now away. He will hold fourth for the LNR team, but it is 5th, 6th and 7th who are on top of one another. It is a fight till the very end for them, and will be a proper run to the line for every single one of the drivers to get one more. Sebastian Lucasen, despite barging through the tray, sets a 1:27.9. He's just out there to set the fastest lap times to prove a point at this moment. That's why he checked out of the fight, takes the fastest lap time of the race, bodged his way through a fight. He doesn't want to hang around for this, and it's going to be an outright chase. It is a wild race all the way through. We see this 3-car train, but coming up to the line is going to be the RedBull Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, RedBull Racing taking the checkered flag for the final round of round 4, and our season 1 champions for the ERA Endurance Championship. RedBull Racing has done it to take the championship. We cut back to the battle as ERA Highway Patrol will take second. Jason Farmer for Griffin Sim Racing Team will take third. Sean Skitter of Logistical Nightmare Racing will take fourth. But now it is 5th place. LaRue 5 going and running ahead. It's a second between Daniel and LaRue. It is a fight for 6th. It is going to be proper racing versus the likes of Los Pontos Simon, who sends on the inside contact. They both spun out. They both have spun out. Lucas that's Daniel gets the momentum. And there is the pass. Milestone gets beaten out. Lucas Collab at the line has robbed the likes of Los Pontos Hermanos after the contact. Los Pontos Hermanos loses to the Lambo Mannix, and that has been such a race till the very end. But ladies and gentlemen, your champions of the ERA Endurance Championship goes to the one, the only RedBull Racing. Wow, oh wow, what did we see in the final moments? ERA Highway Patrol takes second, along with the Griffin Sim Racing Team. Jason Farmer taking third place ahead of LNR. Then we have got the Roofer Dash in fourth, followed by Proper Racing. Lambo Mannix stole it right at the line, away from Los Pontos Hermanos after they deep dive on the inside, couldn't make it work. Milestone will hold that 8th place, along with the French Baguettes in 9th. The SPM Corp running in 10th. We have got Lucas Joubert of the Griffin Sim Racing Team in 11th. Sebastian Lucasen taking the fastest lap of the race will hold 12th place for the Nubs Racing Team. And finishing out, the team that pretty much ate it all this race goes to the AA Racing Team. We're seeing the end after all. Wow, oh wow. That was manic. That was wild. And honestly, if that didn't go and bounce you to your screens with all the action, I don't know what will, because that was incredible by our drivers. Honestly, very, very well done to every single one of our incredible drivers. That being said, folks, we did see the end of the race, and it has been a wild run. And honestly, we can't thank our drivers and teams enough after their stellar efforts. And we're going to bring up the man, the myth, the legend himself, the one who helped put this together with a very, very small team. That's been a grand idea for them. We've got Mr. Christian Fingler, a driver and management. Christian,
So why are
welcome.
you talking to me? I'm not hearing you.
There we go. It helps if I use the other microphone. Massive welcome to you in the commentary box after your stint in the car. First of all, let's start with that. The team, you came in fighting for the championship, swinging, and this race turned to be quite an exciting one. Early pit stop for the Lambo Manix coming out, and eventually another unplanned pit stop. Take us through the race for you guys.
Yeah, well, we figured we would be smart, just take ourselves out of traffic, because at the beginning, obviously, the field was very packed. RedBull's not necessarily forgiving on tires. You can see how the grip level drops at past 40 minutes, and we were like, okay, perhaps that's a good way to go. But we were not smart enough to check with 3 persons how much drive time total you have. So halfway through the race, we realized that we're gonna run into problems. So we had to do another splash and dash just to prolong my drive time, and then hand over to Lucas, because I think with 3 persons, you were missing like 10 minutes to do 2 full stints, which obviously then was a problem.
Well, I mean,
But yeah.
this has been a season. You guys have been fighting it out. Coming into the last round for this type, I mean, this must have been both an exciting and nerve-wracking season for you guys.
Absolutely. It was emotionally, it was a roller coaster when you realized the mistake, you refigured a new strategy, basically kept the head up, and also a big respect to all who kept driving. I know it was probably not the most ideal tonight with 17 cars running at the start of 20 qualified and 26 signed up. It's always like that, and props to all those who kept driving. I think for most of the people in the end that paid off. And certainly we are just happy that we could bring this home. As if our calculations are right, we should now have the overall P3.
Well, looking at it, it is Reptile Racing taking the win here tonight and taking the championship. But now, away from a team perspective, as one of the managers of ERA, one of the founding members of ERA, this has been months and months and months of planning to get involved, make a thing work. And now seeing the end of the first season of the ERA Championship, seeing the drivers and teams coming to the forefront to be a part of it, what is it to you guys of just what we have just witnessed?
I'm immense proud. I think we threw together a really good championship. The fighting of most of the teams was really clean and fair. We had more drama than we could have expected. And just overall relief in a sense that it's over as well. It was, as you rightfully said, a lot of work, and it's nice to be done with it for a bit. I mean, other projects already on the horizon. We've got the Drive for D next month, as a bigger enduro of 12 hours. And yeah, just for now, we can finally, settle down a little bit, get the feedback from the drivers, what they like, what they didn't like, was the strategy approach the right one? And yeah, then start thinking of when and how to set up the second season.
Well, it's been absolutely phenomenal, I think. I speak on behalf of the entire grandstands, from the drivers to the teams, the petrol heads out there from across the world that have been joining us from round to round to round. A massive, massive thank you to the entire admin team, to the live stewarding. That is not an easy feat. And to all the drivers and teams, a massive thank you to you guys. But the shout out most certainly goes to the ERA team for putting together a fantastic show, a unique format of having limited tire sets and just taking on some of the tougher circuits out there to really push everyone out of their comfort zone. So on behalf of everyone, all the petrol heads around the world, we'd like to say a massive thank you to the ERA team for giving this opportunity to the community, and we're looking forward to the next one. We're looking forward to the Sunday Championship, and we're looking forward to the race for Dean coming up in July.
All right. Yeah, I can only say so much. And once again, thanks to all those involved, teams and staff alike. And yeah, I'm going to leave you with some more interviews. Time to go for bed from my side.
There we go. Christian Fingler going and enjoying. Massive thank you to him. And Lambo Mannix going and scoring their fight. Well, that being said, lots to talk about, lots to go on. So we are going to bring our top three. We're going to bring in a bit of a chat, and we're going to then also have a chat to the championships as well, with the likes of Logistical Nightmare, and our championship winners rounding out the pack will be the likes of our Reptile Racing. I know a huge celebration coming on their part for some stellar effort. Let's bring in third place, solo driver, the Griffin Sim Racing team. Third place around 4 for the final round, all the way from South Africa. Jason Farmer, welcome to the commentary box. Fantastic to have you. How does it feel? 4 hours done and dusted around the circuit and third place on the cards.
Steven, yeah, no, fantastic. It was a good race. Yeah, tough. The guys up front, they had a bit too much pace for me consistency-wise. And I was kind of struggling towards the end. But yeah, it was good. Awesome. Nice, clean battles. And yeah, it was fun.
I mean, this was a race of nutrition, solo drive. How was it? Solo, 4 hours. It's definitely not an easy thing. What was going through your mind? How are you keeping yourself motivated to get to the end?
Yeah, well, I mean, in our Discord, we kind of, everybody keeps everybody awake and chatting and making sure that they're pushing and not too hard, just keeping the lines right and just trying to be as consistent as possible. And yeah, so the voice chat itself is quite good. Like, that keeps us motivated. But I mean, we've also done quite a few long enduros, like solo, like the 8-hour Watkins and things like that. So the 4 hours not too bad. I'm still struggling a little bit with my back after that other injury that I had. So that was playing up a little bit towards the end. But yeah, no, other than that, it was sweet.
Well, Jason, it's been a season of note. It's been racing of note. You're coming back from injury and immediately jumping into an endurance race after injury. Anything you would like to say to all the partners here at ERA, to the admin, the live stewarding, the teams and drivers that were out on circuit and joining throughout the season, and most importantly, I think you'll agree with me, the petrol heads that have been following us from around the world to each of the different iconic circuits here at ERA.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, without all the sponsors, things like that, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So big thanks to them. As well as Christian Fingler for setting everything up and keeping everything running in the background. He's doing an amazing job. You yourself, Stephen, streaming almost every night. That's fantastic. So, yeah, that's really awesome. And then the drivers, all the guys that did actually come and compete for the last round, props to you guys. And then, yeah, unlucky for the Eleanor boys with that early accident. I think that could have been quite a close battle. But yeah, the Highway Patrol and Reptile Racing is a little bit too much at the moment. But yeah, great race and hope to catch you all on the next time.
Absolutely. Jason Farmer taking third place of the Griffin Sim Racing team, all the way out from South Africa. Solo drive, getting it done and dusted. That being said, let's bring in our second place team to come and have a chat to us. We're going to bring in our ERA Highway Patrol with Ben Hicks and David Schuton to come and enjoy it with us. Bringing both drivers up. Well, congratulations to the ERA Highway Patrol. We're going to start off with our driver that wasn't in the final stint, David Schuton. Welcome to the commentary box. Your thoughts on the race, just up and down through the order, pit stops and all. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it went really well. I think the pace was quite strong, not strong enough, unfortunately, to keep up with Reptile racing. But I mean, consistency was there, and managing track limits and pit stops and strategy all went very well. So can't complain, definitely.
Well, with that being said, it's just been stunning weather. Ben Hicks, you got to bring the car across the line. ERA Highway Patrol. It's been a season in the Sunday Championships. It's been a season in the endurance race. How are you feeling after a tough race out there?
I mean, David brought the car over the line, actually.
David,
But yeah, it was a good race. After the first stint, I really thought we were in with a shot. We did drop a bit, but then we closed the gap back up again to the leaders. And then, in the second stint, we lost so much time behind some back markers who were fighting in front of us, which they obviously have every right to do, but it's very frustrating. And then, the guys in front were so fast. We couldn't match that consistency, I don't think. But yeah, we executed strategy really well. We had good pace ourselves, and it was great to be on the podium finally for one of these endurances.
It's been an absolute battle of note. David, back to you. With the drive out there, what was the hardest part, in your opinion, of the race?
I mean, for me, it's almost always just keeping the focus in there, because it's very easy to just lose your focus, and then like you start making mistakes, and if you start making mistakes, like you get in your head again, and then you start losing your focus even more. And so keeping focus is definitely one of the most important and hardest things of these races that take a bit longer. So yeah, for sure that.
Oh, absolutely. It's great words wisdom coming across as well. I'm just keeping the focus. Well, before I let you guys go, we're going to start off with Ben Hicks. Anything you want to say to the admin here at ERA, the live stewards, the teams, the drivers, all going and being a part of the show, but most importantly, I think you agree with me, all those petrol heads out there, the fans, and especially the ERA Highway Patrol fans that always come out on their drives to support you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Stephen, for running the stream. It's fantastic. Thank you for everyone who's organised the events, and all the stewards that do the live stewarding and allow us to have these races. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
David Shooten, before I let you go, any last words from your side?
Yeah, I agree with Hicks, everything he said. Thanks to everyone. Let's keep racing in the next one.
Absolutely. ERA Highway Patrol taking second place. David Shooten and Ben Hicks to come across the line. And what a stellar run. Well, we've got 2 more interviews coming through. We're going to have a chat to our second place in the championship, the Eleanor team of Sean Skitter and Darius come and have a chat to us, and we'll round off with our champions of reptile racing. Welcome to both Sean Skitter and Darius. Fantastic to have you here. Now, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room, or better said, the seat insert and booster seat not put into the Nissan properly. Sean Skitter, first time in the car, didn't quite go to plan for you.
No. So, first off, good to be speaking to you again. And thanks to all the fans in the grandstands. But yeah, so I took over, and the view just popped me into TV camera mode. And my camera selector wasn't cycling through. So I was stuck in TV cam. I should have just jumped on the brakes at that point, but yeah, it's I didn't. So I picked up a little bit of damage for the first stint, and then towards the end of the stint, once I figured out the keyboard key to cycle through the views, towards the end of the stint, I was sinking down into the bottom of the car. So by the end of the stint, I was looking directly into the dashboard.
Okay, so life
So-
got a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a multitude going on this race, but it also looked like your lap time started to come down. You know, did you feel a little bit more comfortable? We know that you're coming from the Honda NSX, jumping into the Nissan GTR. A very big difference between the mid-engine and the front engine there.
It's a little bit of getting used to, and you got to drive a front engine car a little differently to a mid engine car. So it's just getting comfortable there and understanding how it needs to be pushed to be fast.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, let's have a chat. Darius, phenomenal to have you back in the box, but a race that seems to ebb and flow. You had a fight out at the start of the race. You handed over the car. Teammate suddenly can't see anything. I mean, that was a bit of a turn of the world.
Yeah, you could put it like that. You can imagine it like this. Skitty basically trying to sort out his view with me telling him go left, go right, go left, go right, because he was rolling the entire time and was not sitting on his brakes. And I was sitting there like, oh God, please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. And we were kind of fine, but it turns out, as you know, with LNR, there's always something that goes wrong. Otherwise, we wouldn't be LNR. And it turns out Skitty's a magician. When I asked him if the car had any damage, he said no, and the car visually looked fine. As soon as I took over the car, suddenly the car had 17 seconds of damage, and I'm like, weird. Weird.
So someone who was trying to clean the windscreen leant on the bonnet a little too hard, it seems. Well, take us through
apparently.
Take us through your stints, because you had a phenomenal battle with Milestone, the two Nissans going at one another, something we don't often get to see.
Yeah, well, the first stint was kind of like what Christopher and me did for the majority of the endurance. So I was starting on 130 odd liters of fuel, so completely fueled up the car, and then just get the overstint for the stint time and those 20 minutes out of the way. And it turns out I've calculated a bit too narrow, which is why we had to reset the stint timer again, but well, it is what it is. And the car felt, to be brutally honest, like shit. On like the used tires, too much fuel and stuff like that, and I really had a hard time keeping the car on the straight or on track because I don't like the track whatsoever, and this didn't help either. And then my second stint with the damage was also not that great, but I think we kind of pulled through at P4, and I'm sorry to throw you a curveball, Stephen. We actually have won the championship. I've just done the math.
You've just done the math.
By 25 points, because even though my teammate suddenly disappeared because how dare he celebrate his birthday today? How dare he? At least I've got the most adaptable LNR driver with me because Skitty's a car chameleon. He can drive anything. Fair. So he asked me to just calculate it, and I've calculated it, and apparently we've won by 20 odd points or something like that. It was really, really close, which is if we had another screw up, like my pulse was through the roof the entire race. I was like, if I bin it, we fucked it. It's over. But apparently it was enough to get through. But honestly, just with the pace I've seen from Reptile Racing today, if they would have been on point the race before or one race before that, this might have not been that easy. And I think the guys had some issues at Barcelona, which is ultimately what gave us this victory. But if the form would have been that for the entire season, I don't think we would have won that, to be brutally honest.
Well, definitely a hard-fought season, a hard-fought race. That being said, we're going to wait for the official results to come through, but if the points worked out, that's a big play in your favor. That being said, we're going to just give the floor. Sean Skitter, it's been a tough race. LNR going through a multitude of racing. You've been head of the helm for quite a few of the epic battles. Anything you want to say to the admin, the stewards here at ERA, to all the drivers and teams participating, and most importantly, I think you agree with me, all of those absolute mad lads out there, the petrol heads that keep us going. every time we hit the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, huge respect goes out to ERA for hosting and putting together an endurance championship like this. A lot of people are always asking for it. They've put it together so that they can get the race fans happy, keep the race drivers happy, and so to the admin and to Hera, and to also to have a stellar commentator like yourself on board to do this kind of thing makes all the difference. And if you can draw people away from a big event like the March to come and watch this for a little bit, that says everything.
Absolutely phenomenal. Well, Darius, the James Hunt of sim racing, having a bit of commentary, having a bit of racing, having a bit of carnage on the way, and, you know, we've got to go with the old saying. Darius, anything from your side to all the ERA here, the teams, the drivers, to all the battles, and most importantly, the phenomenal fans that lined the grandstands race after race?
I mean, first of all, because you're basically the elephant in the room, so I have to start with you, Stephen. Massive thanks for all the commentary.
Trying to lose weight. You can't tell me I'm an elephant. Like I've been trying to lose weight, yeah. It's a little bit harsh.
Yeah, like you need to lose weight. I've seen pictures of you, mate. You don't need to lose weight. I do. But massive thanks for you for the amazing commentary. Like it's still one of the best commentaries I've ever witnessed in sim racing since I've been doing sim racing. Huge thanks to all the staff for all the organizing, for all the stewards that are jumping in, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to race because I would have need to steward. So I'm very grateful for that. Thanks for all the great teams that were around, the huge and great battles that we had. Like, honest to God, very good competition. Everyone on a level. Everyone's pretty chill. Like, nobody's cross about some incident here or there, some rubbing here or there. Honestly, it's been a great experience. It's been really a great experience.
Absolutely phenomenal. Logistical nightmare going and fighting out. Sean Skitter and Darius going and fighting for the podium spots. We waiting for that finalize on the points, but well done to you guys on some stellar racing and being able to bring the Nissan GTR, one of the oldest cars that's no longer manufactured, across the line. Well, this brings us to the winners of the race, and we have only got one of the drivers, first time having a chat to us here at ERA on the pedestal. We're going to have a chat to Pascal. Welcome to the commentary box. First, might I say, man, you guys were on rails this evening. There was no way of saying that the pace was just unbelievable for Reptile Racing. The season itself has been ebbs and flows, battling it out, came down to the final round. You guys had a huge amount of pressure. How are you feeling, Pascal, on just the racing and bringing it down to seeing the checkered flag at the end, the final checkered flag of the first ever ERA endurance season?
Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting us here. And we feel very great about this race today. We had the whole week the full pace on the RedBull ring, and we could manage to be very consistent on the long stints, and so we could hold all the time the first place in this race. And everything went really well for us.
Well, no one can say that they were getting on pace with you guys. I think you held the lap, the fastest lap for majority of the race until Sebastian Lukeson got on low fuel, fresh tires and really pushed it to the end. But through a 4-hour stint, what was the communication in the car? I mean, leading the race has its own pressure. The target's on your back constantly. There's having to make the first move every single time. And yet you had quite a bit of pressure from ERA Highway Patrol that was trying to tail you at the end.
Yeah, it was the pressure was here all the time. The guys was very quick at all, and we had to focus full down to be in front. And if we do only a bit more mistakes or small failures, it would be there that the highway patrol would be faster than us.
Well,
so it was really nice, and I want to congrats for the podium for Jason. First of all, for the ERA Highway Patrol car, was an amazing race, and especially congratulations for the Bouncy Boys for winning the championship. They were racing amazing the whole season, and we got a bit unlucky on Kota, to be honest. We had a tire puncture on the last lap and lost 4 positions about this. But it was a really great season, and we had a lot of fun, a lot of very nice fights, and we enjoyed to race with you guys.
Oh,
it was amazing.
It's absolutely, and I speak on behalf of all the drivers, on behalf of all the teams in ERA. It's fantastic to have the Reptile Racing. Thank you for coming in and racing with us. I believe there also was a very special day where Mr. Sasha Shorty was having his birthday. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, well, should we say how old is on air, or maybe should we just leave it at the age of 15 and leave it like that, because we don't want to...
No. It's fine. He got 35 today.
Hey, there we go. Happy 35th birthday, Mr. Shorty. Absolutely phenomenal. Well, honestly, one of the coolest liveries out there, being the Reptile Racing. I mean, that by far is one of the coolest liveries we saw during the course of the season. But before I let you go, any final words from Reptile Racing to the ERA admin team, to the stewards, to the drivers, just everyone in the background, and all to the petrol heads as well. And also, Floors Yours, if you do want to sing Happy Birthday, we ain't going to stop you. I know Darius would probably join in for singing that.
I can't sing. But thank you very much, the whole ERA team, for organizing this event. It was a really pleasure to be part of it. We doesn't know ERA before, but it's really well organized. The stewarding is nice, the commentary is very nice, and we really enjoyed it. And we are looking forward for a second season. We would love to be a part of the second season. And thank you for the brilliant commentary. It was a pleasure to hear you out and watch the stream.
Well, thank you very much. Still lots to learn and lots to get right, because I think I've been getting names horribly wrong. But to the Reptile Racing, congratulations. What a phenomenal drive, and well done on finishing on the podium, taking the final checkered flag of the first ever season and fighting out, giving it absolutely everything for the championship.
Thank you very much.
Well, Pascal, giving us a bit of thoughts there. And once again, a happy birthday to Sasha for being 35, racing on your birthday, Mr. Shorty. Congratulations on your birthday. And I'll try sing, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. And that's probably just blown out most people's speakers. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it does bring us to the end of our broadcast. It's absolutely phenomenal to have you all here at ERA. Thank you so much for joining us through such an amazing season. Highs, lows, ups and downs had by all. We got to see some of the most exciting battles through it all. And ultimately, we have come to the very end of this amazing drive. I've got to say, it's been such a wild one, and congratulations to the LNR Bounty Boys taking the victory. Unofficially, we're waiting for the official results to come out, but looks like they may have done it, with RedBull Racing coming in second place. Third place going up to the Lambo Manics. It's been a wild one. Massive thank you to the drivers. Massive thank yous to the team for joining us. Huge thank you to the entire ERA admin and all the stewards that have been working live in the background to make this all happen, to have the entire endurance season come to you for the first time here in ERA, and most importantly, all you petrol heads around the world joining us, whether you're out in Europe, whether you're out in the UK, whether you're in Australia, whether you're out in the US, you have brought some of the most amazing energy, time in and time out, race after race. 170 people watch this live to see the action. 4 hours of Red Bull on a historic weekend of Le Mans. It's good to have our support race of Le Mans going and just keeping in the background, keep people entertained, while we had the actual main event. That's a world-class event here at ERA. Lots coming in July. Head over to SimGrid to join up for the Race for Dean charity race heading up on the 16th of July. You want to go and be a part of it. And we also do have our ERA Sunday Championship. Head over to our Discord, join in, go on to our website as well, be a part of it. Whether you're new, whether you're pro, you get to battle it out against some of the best in the world and some of the most newest in the world in this beautiful sim of Assetto Corsa Competizione right here in Evolution Racing Academy. And we do have those academy days to teach and be taught as well. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on behalf of the entire ERA team, thank you for making the season special. Thank you for being a part of the family, and we look forward to seeing you guys joining us time in, time out on the circuit, out in the virtual grandstands from everywhere across the world. Let us know what was your favorite moment of the entire championship. On behalf of the entire THT Productions and myself, Stephen Koenig, I'd like to say thank you very much for having me on air. It's been truly an honor, and we look forward to seeing you many more times in the future. But for the final time of Season 1 of the ERA Endurance Championship, say it with me, and if you just went and learned about it, well, I'm going to teach you something new. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been a wild race. It's been a wild time, but we got to say goodbye. It is the end of the season, and for the last time of the ERA Endurance Championship Season 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'd like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and from South Africa, good night, everybody!